All right, Beth, I think we are good. Can you confirm that for me?
It's probably delayed, so hold on one second.
Okay. All right, Beth, I think we are good. Can you confirm that for me?
Probably delayed, so hold on one second.
Okay. All right, Beth, I think we are good. Can you confirm that for me?
We are live, Zoe. I don't know if your other laptop needs to mute the speakers or not.
So are we ready to go?
Yes. Did my echo stop? I think we're ready to go.
All right. I do want to ask if Counselor Linville is here yet. I don't see her.
I do not see her, Mayor.
Would you mind checking in with her? We'll just wait just
I'll text her right now, Mayor.
Oh, here she is. All right, counselors, thank you for joining us. Everyone, I will call to order the work session of Wilsonville City Council for January 18th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And I'll start by asking for a review of the agenda and items on consent. Any comments? Okay, seeing none. Are there any counselor concerns before we start our work session? Seeing none, we'll move to the first item on our pre-council work session, which is with Miss Villagrana with the city HR and benefits department to talk about the trip insurance for the delegation going to Kitakata, Japan to visit our sister city on the 35th anniversary.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, counselors, for allowing us some time at this work session. I'll try not to take too much of your time before Alicia, who is also online with us. Alicia Johnson with Assured Partners is one of our consultants in not only insurance that we provide for, say, casualty or property liability, but then also for special occasions such as this, where we are sending a large group over to, or a group over to Japan. And it's a trip that's much like if you take your own personal trip, you might want some trip insurance that provides you with some assurances when you are traveling. And Alicia's going to go over the details and provide you with some maybe some frequently asked questions and answers. And then you might have some time also to ask her questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andrea. So yes, my name is Alicia Johnson. I work with Assured Partners, been helping the city for about 10 years on all matters of risk. And so we had these conversations about 3 or 4 months ago, talking about your trip to Japan and what that would entail. So there's a coverage out there. It's called Business Travel Accident Insurance. And what that does is it helps people when you're traveling more or less for a business. So not just personal. So with a larger group, but for a business related reason to cover any accident, sickness, their other parts are death and dismemberment as well. But it's basically a very full, robust policy that helps you in the event that as you're traveling, you run into any issues as far as lost luggage, you lose your wallet and you need help, finding your passport at the consulate, or you need help with those types of services. It also helps in the event that you were sick and you needed help finding a doctor or medical attention, or if you were actually injured and you needed to come back to the United States. So there's a whole program that covers that. We completed an application with a carrier called AIG. There's a few carriers that play in that space, but AIG is one that I recommend because of the vast amount of resources that they have, and it's also called their concierge service. So as that process goes through, we will have options for both Andrea and Gina to review to make a decision on, but what that would look like is assistance for that team when they travel. So it covers employees, it covers counselors, it covers anyone on the trip, including spouses. It would also cover people if they're staying longer, right? So the trip we're looking at is about 9 days. If someone wanted to take a detour, either before or after, we would just ask for a little more information, but that would be covered. And the thought is that as you're going on a trip, right? So as soon as you cross through your threshold of your primary residence or where you're staying to the trip, and then as you come back to through your threshold, that's what constitutes the trip, and this coverage would respond for you. So it's not meant to cover every element, but it is meant to cover and supplement so that as you're traveling, you have a resource. Once we do choose the limits and the full program, we would send out more or less like an auto identification card, but basically an identification card. And with that, we would say it's best to take a picture of your passport, take a picture of this card, laminate it, have it in your wallet or your luggage, so that if you did have any need while you are traveling, we would have kind of like a duplicate and copies of that. They also have a very neat program where if you would like, you don't have to, you can download an app, and the app allows you to look at all those different resources. You can upload the different details of your trip, where, local consulate is, where kind of like locations are, so that as you're traveling, you would know at any time, oh, I need to go report something, or I need, help with the local authorities. You would know how to get there. And so that is an option for you. And you can also start a claim that way. So it's just a really neat feature. Trying to see what else. But really what this program is meant to do is just to help you be the coordinator of care in the event that something happens while you're traveling. There may be any questions or areas that I could kind of talk through a little bit more about the program.
I have a question.
I do too.
If a person wanted to add services, for that extra trip or something,
Mhm.
is there a way to get that cost so that can be paid separately?
Yeah, great question. So as long as it's within, I believe the range is 7 to 11 days, and it's within a certain geographical area, there's no additional charge. The carrier likes to know that information just so as they do plot and plat where their insureds are over the world, in the event that if there is any type of threat, so whether foreign threat, they already know that they're going to be responding to that. So I don't believe it would be a cost. The indications that we got back, I think it was late November, was going to be, roughly $1,000. So from a cost standpoint for the entire trip, it should not be that much money. And I don't think that they would allocate that out unless it's, a bigger trip.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, I'm a little confused because, I think, the airline travel insurance was already purchased by the city for some of the people who were going. And then some of us bought a separate policy, which we've already purchased and paid for. So I'm confused about whether this is something that as individuals we would pay for and cancel the other policy, or I mean, obviously this is less expensive than the travel insurance that I think we purchased for the other portion of our trip. And I'm not sure whether it's just, is it just accident, or is it coverage for if we, you know, if something happened and we couldn't go, or we
Yeah,
got
great
sick.
question. Yeah, so this is business travel accidents, really just for while you're going for that care element. It's not trip cancellation coverage. And that's something that we don't have the ability to offer in the state of Oregon. So that would be like a personal buying decision for yourself in the event that you weren't able to go. Those costs are a little bit higher because the likelihood is higher because it's more individualized versus with a group. If this group is going, right, and there's 11 of you, and I know it could be 1 or 2 off, but you're also there to support each other and everyone's going together. But yeah, that would be a personal decision. And if you would like, I can take a look at the policy that you purchased and line it up with the one that we're looking at and say what areas would or would not be duplicated, just so that you can make that decision.
So Andrea, is this being presented as an option for individuals to purchase versus the city purchasing this?
This is something when we started talking about sending the delegation over to Kitakata, that we wanted to look into what the cost would be for providing this insurance for the number of people that were going to be going. And it's something that if we choose to take that step further and purchase the actual policy, it's something that the city would cost the city would incur.
Mm-hmm.
The goal would just to be to help, you know, in the event that something were to happen. And I know that you'll have your sister city and their team there as well. But this, again, just helps with coordination of care. So, for example, if you're all touring and someone slips and falls and breaks their ankle, right, you want to make sure that a U.S. medical doctor talks to the coordination of care, because sometimes you do need to be flown back for surgery. Other times it's not advisable to be flown back. So there's a lot of different elements. And again, it's just to protect you from a safety standpoint. These are rarely used as far as policies, and we did talk through that. And that's why the cost is so low. From a group standpoint. But the other piece that you brought up as far as the personal and the trip cancellation, those are more common that people have that issue. That's why those premiums comparatively are a little bit higher. I think they're anywhere between $400 to $500.
This was really a matter of how do we ensure that we're providing you with the resources to have if something happens, to have a safe trip and a safe voyage home as well. And like having the ability, as Alicia was saying, have a doctor from the US communicate with the care coordinators and figure out what your best steps are as far as your care. If something happens, it's always the what if, right? So this is, you know, insurance we buy for the what ifs and hope that we never have to use it, right? And so that's the main reason that we wanted to look into providing a policy such as this, so we could ensure that the group that goes over is safe.
Well, it sounds like it's very affordable, especially compared to if there wasn't anything and something happened.
Yes, very true. And there is a little bit of
insurance.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of repatriation coverage. So in the event that there was ever an emergency political element or anything like that, they would fly you home. And there is also translation. So in the event that you're trying to speak with somebody and there's not someone to help you. So basically, if you were to get lost, right, and you're like, I'm not familiar with, my area, I need help, you could use that app, press the button, they would ask you questions and then point you to the right direction, something that Andrea and our team wouldn't be able to do because we're not familiar.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So is this conversation to get our input on whether or not to move forward, or is it just a presentation about this type of insurance?
It was mainly to allow you all some time to ask any questions that you might have regarding this insurance. Some things that come up a lot are, what happens if I lose my luggage, or what happens if I lose my wallet, those types of things. And so we just wanted to and we are planning on purchasing a policy. We still need to go through what the specifics of that policy will be with Alicia and go through the quotes. But we wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to ask these questions, and also to let you know that this insurance will be available while you're on your trip.
Well, I really, really appreciate the presentation, because I was thinking about purchasing it on my own. I know my family has used it in the past, and I know other people that have used it in the past. And if it's not expensive, it seems like it's really something we should have.
Yes, and then the other element that we've been talking about is just understanding, and we are working on like a FAQ just to help you, but like also, what do you do as you prepare for the trip, just to make sure you have the proper documents, that you leave duplicates of stateside, what you do when you're there, just so that at the time of an event, we already know what to do. It may not be perfect, but at least we have a game plan and there's a way for someone to support you. So we thought if we could just be educational at first, that it would be more beneficial as questions come up, and Andrea can send all the questions to me and we can just work through that.
And one question here. I think that you probably said this right at the beginning, but just to confirm this, we have some members from the Kitakata Committee that will also be in the delegation, and this extends to these committee volunteer members as well, correct?
No, so it wouldn't cover them, but it would cover, like, so if we, I know you have employees that are going, we have council, we have, other family members or spouses, it covers all of them traveling as the group. So one of the elements as we fill out the application, it's called class eligibility, and we put in there that, board of directors, we put volunteers, guests, board of directors would also be equivalent to counselors, and guests, so that anybody traveling with your party would have access to the group. The delegation in Japan, they would rely upon their own, if they have workers' comp or the equivalency of that or whatever they're using in their volunteering capacity. So we still have the separation of the entities. This is just your group that's going, but it doesn't have to only be appointed, elected, or employees of.
I see. I think, and to clarify then, when I said the Kitakata Committee, we have a committee here in the US that are members of the Wilsonville community that are part of our sister city. So,
yes,
but you are saying that these volunteer committee members would be covered because they are part of our delegation.
Yes, I'm sorry, I had forgotten about that. Yeah,
okay, sure.
That is true.
I would just want to make sure that they are also covered, and I assume then that this would, if something did happen, it would help the city in terms of liability if something happened.
It
so
is
it's a protection.
I mean, the number one thing is to protect you and to offer you services, but then it is also a public relations element that if you were stranded or injured, that we just have a course of action, and we thought through all those pieces. So it is fairly common when we're doing any type of international travel. I mostly work with the universities where we've got, lots of lives kind of all over the world. This is what they purchase. And again, it's for protection. It gets used, at least where I see, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, based on maybe about 1,500 travelers a year, like people traveling internationally. So there is some, but where you're going, it's really the injury that I see is that are going to be a sickness or a slip and fall, and you injure your ankle or your arm or something of that nature.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
So Alicia, I have another question. In deciding about whether, there are several of us that are going to stay through the 19th,
Okay.
which is a 17-day
Same day. Okay.
trip. And if we choose to keep our insurance, which we've already paid for, would it be less expensive for the city than if they didn't have to cover some of the members? Is it a per person kind of charge?
No, right now we're actually at the minimum premium for the policy, so it really wouldn't matter. And just to clarify, when you say the 17-day, so it's basically if our trip is 9 days and you're extending it by, I'm sorry, I don't have it to memory. I think it's 10 or so days. So total would be 19 days. You would still be fine within that. But maybe you would just disclose that. And then like I said, I can take a look at the policy that you purchased and see what the differences are to see if it's worthwhile for you, or if you're able to cancel, but we can talk through that piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wondered if we decided if it would save the city money, so it doesn't really, it's really kind of a blanket of the entire delegation. So
yeah, the number one element, so they look at the number of people going, right? So my initial number was 11 people. So even if that went up to 25, there's probably not a difference. And the majority of the exposure is where you're going. So Japan is not highly volatile, right? So comparatively, so yeah, I wouldn't see a change in premium.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think the group size might be a little smaller, but I don't think it's getting bigger.
Oh.
Well,
And
thank
that's
you.
fine, the fluctuation. This is not an auditable policy where they would come back and actually, check to see how many people. It's just written more as a blanket.
Well, thank you. It seems like a very efficient, prudent way to manage risk. And thank you. Does anybody if we don't have any more questions, we look forward to getting your FAQ.
Yep, it's almost done. We just wanted to make sure if there's any other questions, I could embed that into there, but I'll kind of finalize it and polish it up and then send it back over for Andrea to share.
Thank you very much.
If you do have any additional questions that come up, or if you would like, as Alicia said, for her to compare a policy that you've already purchased to this particular policy, please feel free to email me, call me, and I will make sure that Alicia gets that information.
All right. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, okay. So we'll move to our next item, which is about the Stafford 65th Elligson intersection update. And we have detail on this in our packet.
All right, good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and council. My name is Zach Weigel, city engineer, and on the consent agenda at the regular session tonight, there's a IGA with Clackamas County for a roundabout for the city to participate in the design and construction of a roundabout at the Elligson Stafford 65th intersection. And just wanted to give you kind of a brief update about this project. This kind of came out of the blue. We've been talking with Clackamas County about doing a conceptual design, participating in conceptual design for a number of years. And then all of a sudden this project has become a priority. So just a little bit of background, you can see on the map here, the blue square kind of shows the location. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this intersection. A little bit strange, it's located outside of the city limits, just outside of the city limits, but very important to Wilsonville's traffic flow. So you can see in the kind of left-hand corner there that we made as part of the Beckman Road closure that's coming up here next week. We installed a temporary traffic signal and some stop sign improvements to that intersection, but now Clackamas County is moving forward with the ultimate need for that intersection, which is a roundabout. So happy to answer any questions, any feedback you have for me as we enter into the design of this project. The city with this IGA will be able to participate on the design team, and we'll also be contributing about $1 million to the project, which the first payment wouldn't occur until about 2 years from now. So happy to answer any questions about the project.
Well, I did want to comment on it. We have been talking about this for so long. I remember when I was on the council for just 4 years, starting in 2013, we had people come to visit us about the risk of this. We hear about this all the time, the problems and risk associated with this, and over the years about how it would be so difficult to make any progress because it's so multi-jurisdictional. And I believe, we knew that Clackamas County had put it on a project list, but I think this is just really fantastic that they have decided to move into the design phase and allocate funds for it. Where would the funds have been drawn from? Do you know that, Zach?
So the funding that the city is providing is coming from our transportation system development charges. Because this project is in our transportation system plan, we do collect system development charges from development to contribute to the project.
And I think I realize we have to do the design, and then the biggest hurdle is to figure out how to construct it, which is another thing altogether. But what about Clackamas County? How would they have funded this? Do you know?
Their design funds are, I believe, are mostly coming from the vehicle registration fee.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the big outcome of this design work is getting that real construction cost estimate and being able to figure out that construction funding on their end. The IGA for Wilsonville does go all the way through project completion, including construction.
Any other questions?
So if we have project if the cost increases, because it does take a couple years, right? We're looking at a couple years out, and we've seen that the cost of things is increasing so rapidly, but that wouldn't necessarily affect what we budgeted or agreed to in this IGA that's being presented to us, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the IGA is just for $1 million total. That's about what we projected we would collect in system development charges. So yeah, it would have to, any change to that number would require an amendment to the IGA.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Well, no, you go ahead, because my comment was a little different. I
was just going to say that in the many meetings of the C4, which is the Clackamas Cities Coalition, and also in I think metro transportation planning, various such meetings, we have brought this up so many times, and I'm just really encouraged that it's being brought to a design phase.
Yeah. I was just going to add in, I think that there's a lot of interest, public interest in this project. And even just after the last Civics Academy that all of council members spoke at and kind of did an introduction at, I had some questions about this specific project, because that intersection has a lot of attention for people that live within Wilsonville. So I wondered, I know that, community development, all the different departments have times where they're able to talk with the Civics Academy. And I wondered if this was going to be something that might be covered in your presentation, because I think there's a lot of questions from people about, why hasn't this happened sooner, or even confusion on, wait, is it inside the city or outside the city? And if it's outside the city, why did the city help with the traffic light, or, but not fixing it earlier, or, just kind of understanding where those lines are and why things have played out the way that they have so far. Just kind of a little reflection on some of the questions that I have heard, over the last several weeks on this. But this project has a much longer history than several weeks, although I think that the general public has had more news and information about it over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, we are actually just preparing our presentation for Civics Academy coming up. So yeah, that's we will definitely be including this project. We always get a lot of questions about this intersection, like you mentioned at Civics Academy. So we will have good news to share at this one.
Excellent.
Well, I really appreciate your comments, Council President Aukervall, because I mean, we say this at our meetings. I realize everybody does not attend all of the meetings of the city council. They have many other things to do. But we have talked about how this is a perfect example of how the relationships between the city councilors and our staff with our jurisdictional partners is so important, because we just stayed on this for a long time. I know Mayor Knapp worked on it. It's been a very long-term pressure and bringing this up in various venues with the county and Metro and other partners about the importance of this, because yes, more housing is needed in all these regions, and we are building housing, so on and so forth. But that doesn't mean that we have control of how Washington County or Clackamas County decides to spend its money. We are not commissioners of those counties. And so it's a matter of getting to know people, bringing this up, also taking the input that we've received from our residents. And that makes a big difference. When people come to us and tell us of their concerns, that really makes a big difference, and we carry that forward as well. So again, it's not going to be fixed right away, but this is absolutely the best next step. And that brings me, since Zach, we have you on the meeting right now. Somebody asked me a question just yesterday about the Beckman Dip Bridge project. There was a short story in the paper, which I really appreciated, that describes the project. I have it here on my desk someplace. But again, that's a really huge project, and every story can't carry the entire history. But I was asked to highlight again the genesis for needing to correct the Beckman Dip with that bridge. And while we have you on the meeting, could you describe the rules and the 20 years ago when it was decided to be developed, and what state and other traffic rules come into play when you have such a geographical fixture as the Beckman Dip, and why this big effort was required of us?
Yes, that is, there's quite a history of all that decision making, but it really comes down to the Beckman Canyon Creek intersection is at capacity or near beyond capacity, and it's a stop controlled intersection right now. So to make that either a signal or a roundabout to improve capacity, that means cars are no longer stopping. They can go right through, and there just isn't enough, because of the dip, there's just not enough space to be able to see far enough and stop if there's something on the road. So it's a safety issue. And the only way to correct that is to raise up the dip to a higher elevation to get so you can see far enough to stop in time. I'm hoping that's making sense.
It does make sense, because I've heard it many times, and I've had the privilege of going to about 35 meetings about it. But if there's a way to do some kind of a snapshot of what you just described and have it in the materials, I think that would be helpful because it's the whole and it's also as we develop and build all that, as I recall, housing, the schools, and you're just having more traffic that comes along with having more housing. It was identified many years ago that in order to do that, we have to correct that safety problem.
Yeah, that's correct. And I will pass that on to the project team, and we will definitely get that information out.
Okay. Since, you know, as it goes on, you focus on the fine details of the project, but not the history and origin so much.
Right.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions about this item, which was on our consent agenda?
I have two comments. So on this last topic about the roundabout for the dip, when instead of just using words, if you can have drawings or photos that are amended with drawings on top, that's always, pictures speak 1,000 words. And that's always helpful, especially when you're talking to laypersons. And then back to the Stafford Elgin intersection. I know that this project has been in planning for a long time, but I think people are becoming more and more aware with the tolling discussions, with the number, they're thinking now more in the future of how many cars can be on this road. And I just like to have confirmation that the design is taking that into account. I'm sure it is, but I just want to hear it one more time that with the number of cars that they're projecting or thinking that could happen, if that's going to still be workable for that intersection.
Yeah, we'll be working with Clackamas County on the design and the future and accommodating the future conditions. So there's not a lot of data yet on what those numbers would be, but there will be enough capacity to accommodate future conditions.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on this topic before we go on to the next one? I'm not seeing any, so and please let me know if I miss seeing somebody's hand. Appreciate that. And so thank you, Zach. And we'll now move to item C about the city charter, the term limits. And before you start, I'll say that we've received some more emails from the community about this, looking for the research that we've been doing, which started with some requests from the community several months ago. So our city attorney is going to take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amanda Guile Hinman, City Attorney. I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint here real quick. And I apologize if you hear my dog barking in the background. I'm taken back to COVID times of doing remote meetings at home, the usual home interruptions. Okay, so tonight we are discussing term limits, the council term limits, based, as the mayor said, based on some community feedback or input that we had received back in March of 2023 regarding the current term limits in our city charter. So by way of background, in 2019, the city received an initiative to amend the charter to establish term limits. And how those term limits are structured is basically no person can serve more than 12 years in any position on council, whether it's a councilor or as mayor, in a 20-year period. And that language is modeled after a similar initiative that occurred in Tualatin in 2016. So the language is basically identical. In 2023, members of the community came to a city council meeting and requested that the council consider an amendment to distinguish the mayoral terms from the council terms. And again, similarly, Tualatin considered something of this nature back in May of 2022 on where the city council referred a ballot measure to somewhat separate the mayoral terms from councilor terms. So when these community members came to the council, there were several things that they noted as concerns with how our charter is currently structured with the current term limits. First thing that they noted, or one of the things that they noted, is that that these term limits, especially lumping the mayoral term limits and the councilor term limits together, is no longer creating that consistency in the city's presence in local, regional, and statewide issues. I mean, you think in that, particularly now, we just had a conversation about Clackamas County and a regional transportation issue. You think about statewide housing issues, and Wilsonville plays a very prominent role in a lot of these issues because of this consistency that our councilors have and our mayor has on serving on different boards and committees throughout the region and state. The second thing that the community members noted was that that the current charter can lead to a lack of experienced leadership. So, which can cause, basically what happens is it causes a likely future of just one-term mayors. So if a city councilor serves 2 terms, or, if they're an off-cycle councilor, if they serve 1.5 terms, they'd only be able to serve 1 term as mayor. And in a lot of cases, I think our council can speak to this, is getting up to speed on everything that's going on in the city and the region and the state takes some time. And so, kind of getting your feet under you to feel, like you have the experience to potentially serve as mayor, that can really limit how long a person can serve as mayor with the current term limits the way they are. A third thing that the community members noted was that the mayor's role is different in scope to council members. There's a lot more emphasis put on what the committees the mayor serves on, and the different roles and responsibilities the mayor has than other councilors. The fourth thing that they noted, and actually the fourth and fifth items kind of go together, it's really about how the terms are defined, or how the years of service are defined in the current charter. Basically what the way the years are defined, and we'll get into how they're defined, it really is penalizing members of the council who are appointed to fill in a term, an existing vacancy, where that limits how many times that they can run. It actually effectively takes away one of the 3 terms that they could serve. And then also, as I'll explain in more detail, there's really some confusion about the language regarding these partial terms, these appointments and filling of vacancies, that may warrants at least a discussion amongst the council about whether, and if so, how the council may propose taking a ballot measure to the public for some clarification. So with that, from that community member input, the council had directed staff to go do some research and come back with, with the research and have, so the council can have an informed discussion about what, if anything, this council wants to do as far as putting forward a ballot measure. So I want to start with the Tualatin approach, because both the initiative that occurred back in 2016 for Tualatin, the 2019 initiative for Wilsonville was essentially modeled off of that, and also Tualatin recognized similar issues that we're now hearing from our community. They were also informed by community members that led to the referendum that they put forward to do this separation of the mayoral terms from the councilor terms. So what Tualatin did, and it's in your packet materials, the exact language, but essentially they said they kept the 12-year within a 20-year time, the 12-year limit within 20 years of service. But they carved out an exception that any councilor who has served 2 consecutive terms can also then serve 2 additional consecutive terms as mayor. So essentially it increased it from 12 years to 16 years that somebody could serve on council if it was 2 terms as councilor and 2 terms as mayor. So 8 and 8. They, the Tualatin City Council considered that and referred it to the voters on the May 2022 ballot, and it did pass with over 54% approval. In the voters pamphlet, there were only arguments submitted in favor and no arguments submitted in opposition to that ballot measure. The next approach that I want to discuss that's also in your council packet is the Tigard approach. Now, I will note that Tigard's proposed, as of right now, it sounds like Tigard will be putting this potentially on its May 2024 ballot, on the May 2024 ballot. So this is their proposal for a new charter. This is not what their current charter states. So they're proposing a new charter. And when I say a new charter, I mean they're looking to repeal their current charter and replace it with a whole new one, which is not what Tualatin did. Tualatin just made an amendment to its term limits language. But what they're proposing as with regard to term limits is very similar to Tualatin in that they are looking at carving out an exception where a councilor can serve 2 terms, so 8 years as councilor, and then also serve 2 terms as mayor. They do an additional change, where they're defining what a term is, and they're proposing to define it as serving more than 3 years. So it kind of is trying to address the issue of when there's an appointment for a partial term, or, filling of a vacancy, that doesn't count against that person who's filling that vacancy and limiting them to 1 less full term than they would otherwise be allowed if they hadn't accepted that appointment. So I have 2 discussion points that I want to discuss with council. I'll kind of provide a preview of them both, and then we'll get into discussion 1 and then go to the second discussion. So the first discussion is going to be about the council discussing whether it wants to consider referring a ballot measure regarding mayoral term limits, where, potentially it's separating out the mayoral term from a council term. The second discussion item that we'll talk about is whether the council has an appetite for clarifying what a term is or what years of service are. And so really those would be 2 separate issues. They're within the same part of our charter, but because they're dealing really with 2 separate changes to the language, I'd really recommend, if council wants to do that it would be done as separate ballot measures. So I'll start first with this discussion item number 1 of considering the referral of the ballot measure regarding mayoral term limits. So what staff's looking for as far as direction is, is council interested in looking at putting forward a ballot measure, a referendum, or referring a ballot measure to the voters to separate out that mayoral terms from councilor terms? If so, how long? And if so, is council looking to potentially model it after another city, like, for example, Tualatin or Tigard, since those are very recent and recent examples and kind of cities in similar situations to the city council or to our city charter. So, Mayor, if you want to call on people.
Being a work session, it's not quite as formal, so I'm gonna, encourage people to just share the floor.
I have
Technically.
a couple of questions.
Okay.
So the Tualatin ballot, you said it passed by 54%. Was that a regular November, or was that midterm, like in May?
It was a May,
Yeah.
it was May 2022, so it was a primary.
Mhm. And did you have a chance to talk with people at Tualatin, or was it just basically researching paperwork?
It was generally researching paperwork. The city attorney who led that effort, basically did a lot of the language for that, is no longer at Tualatin anymore.
Mm. I'm just wondering, if it was very controversial before they put it on the ballot.
Well, I can at least tell you from my perspective as a Tualatin resident, it was not very controversial.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
It didn't get a lot of press, I guess I would say.
Yeah.
So, Your Honor, I have some comments.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to make it very clear that I do not support removal of term limits as it relates to either the council terms or the mayoral terms. So I want to make that clear. But I do support separating out the mayoral term from the council terms. And I have some rationale that I've thought about for consideration. In our city, unlike some other cities, our citizens get to vote on city councilors separate from the mayor. In some jurisdictions, the mayor is actually determined by the council because all the council members are voted on together. That is not the case in the city of Wilsonville. Excuse me. Our positions are voted upon by our citizens as separate positions, separate for councilors, separate for mayor. I also would like to add that the functions, in my opinion, the functions of councilor, and I have been in the position of a city councilor long enough to see two different mayors in our city. And it is my perception that the functions of the city councilors, as opposed to the mayor, both as defined in our charter, as well as in practical terms, are very different and distinct positions with different roles and responsibilities. And so to tie council experience as a part of mayoral term is unreasonable from my perspective. As a practical matter, I believe that the time and effort of the mayor and the councilors being so different warrants that consideration. My observation has been that the mayor spends between 25 and 30 and upwards of 30 to 35 hours per week in that role, including roles and responsibilities in regional and local and statewide committees, boards, and other positions in representing our city, the city of Wilsonville. Whereas the councilors spend on an average of about 10 hours per week, and I think that's generous, unless we happen to have a city council meeting that goes till almost 11 o'clock at night, which we have had on occasion. Tying the years spent in the councilor position to the mayoral terms, in my opinion, is irrelevant. And it warrants separation and puts the city in jeopardy, as our city attorney indicated, of having the possibility of a one-term mayor, which does not serve, I think, our city well. And I'm not talking about individuals. I'm talking about what is in the best interest of our city. And that is lack of consistency, as well as developing the relationships, the required relationships with our regional and statewide partners, including our other elected officials, to get the kind of status and respect that the mayor from Wilsonville deserves. The councilor, here are my recommendations: that the councilor term limits be changed to 2 4-year terms in a 20-year period, and that the mayor term limits be changed to 2 4-year terms in a 20-year period, and that there is a removal of the councilor terms as applying to any of the mayor term limits. I also would recommend removal of partial terms for definition of years of service. I believe that in our charter, there is already language which limits the amount of time that an appointed counselor or mayor may serve before a biennial election would force them to go to the electorate to be officially elected. So I believe that is already in place. And I just want to be clear that this is not for me. I mean, I have served an 18-month term. I am very happy with that 18 months being considered a full 4-year term in my position and being eligible only for one further term. I am probably the only counselor that is in that position. And I want to make it clear that I am not asking for that to change for me specifically. So those are my comments.
Anyone else?
Well, I would just like to chime in that now that I've been on the council for a full year and with a background in city planning, I think, I have a whole new level of respect of what it takes to be on the council, to be a counselor and to be the mayor. And I would like to, separate the term limits for those two positions. I really think it takes time to build up your knowledge on what the issues are, who the staff is, who the other city councilors are, who the other agencies in our region are, and those staff people. There are so many layers of information to learn besides the issues that we study and address and make decisions. And I agree with Councillor Linfield that the mayor's position is really key for our city, that they're the symbol of Wilsonville, whether it's at the city council meetings, if it's on TV, if she's out there, talking to the state legislature. It's just such an important role that I think it takes time for that person to learn all the issues that are really important to Wilsonville. So I support rewriting it for separation. And I still don't quite understand the definition of the year, but it sounds like that's something we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think, we've discussed, I think everyone probably wants to have an experienced person in the role, a tested person in the role. And it sounds like Tualatin has already done a lot of the legwork here. You said that their term limits was very similar. It's like verbatim. Is it not?
Yes.
Okay.
The ballot, the actual charter language is verbatim.
It's verbatim. Okay. So we have like the carbon copy of Tualatin, and Tualatin, correct, has made a change that aligns with what we're discussing here that you've described, right? So that if we're using their verbiage, it makes sense to me. I did wonder if you had information on the clarification or defining those partial terms that Tigard is looking at. I think I saw in the packet that they're looking at 3 years. Is that because if a person ran, like, because council, you usually like if we have 5 members, some people have 7, whatever, but an odd number. And then half of the people plus one run, plus the mayor, actually, I guess it's half of the council plus the mayor runs in the same year. And then 2 years later, the other half of council runs, correct? So you have this staggered approach where there's always like half your council is at a 2-year into their term, or if it's their second term, they're at 6 years into their terms. They're in their middle of their second term when the mayor's seat comes up, right? So was Tigard's laid out so that if somebody that had been serving on council wanted to run for mayor, that they wouldn't be like disadvantaged, or again, not able to have as much experience as somebody that just happened to be elected at a different cycle point? Is that
Yeah.
Yeah. Why they have it like that?
Yeah, that's generally the information that I've gotten from Tigard is exactly what you're talking about, is those sort of off-cycle counselors not being at a disadvantage of being able to serve the same number of terms as a mayor, because of them being the off-cycle, right? And
Right.
so,
which
not
is just
necessarily
happenstance. I don't know. I don't know very many people that would strategize so far in advance that, you either end up on cycle or off cycle, when you run. So yeah.
And maybe on that note, I will just jump ahead to the second discussion item, because I do think it's relevant, is because the nuance between Tualatin and Tigard on this issue is interesting, and well, interesting for somebody like me probably, but confusing for most people maybe. So Tualatin, which Wilsonville is modeled after, talks about service in the term of years, where Tigard talks about it in service as a number of terms you serve. So that's why it's defining what a term is by, it uses, 3 years or more, but it says you can serve 2 terms as counselor and 2 terms as mayor, whereas what Tualatin and Wilsonville says is you can serve 12 years as mayor or counselor. And then their change was you can serve 8 years as counselor and 8 years as mayor. So there's this difference in terminology of years versus terms. So right now we follow Tualatin on years. And how that year is calculated is by every 365.25 days. So it says, okay, so both charters say, all right, you're going to add up all the days that a person has served since they were, sworn in. You're going to count up all the days they served. And every 365.25 days counts as a year. But there's no sentence after that explains, okay, well, what happens with all the numbers in between 365.25 and its multiples, right? So it doesn't explain, okay, if you were appointed and you only served 100 days before you were sworn in after an election, does that count as a year or does it not? If you serve 400 days, so over a year, but less than 2 years, does that count as 1 year or does it count as 2 years? The charter language for both cities is silent on that issue. But what happened with Tualatin, which again, Wilsonville was modeled after, is in the explanatory statement for Tualatin, which is almost verbatim in Wilsonville. It suggests that any number of days where a member of the council is filling a vacancy, so they're being appointed, or as Councilor Linville noted, there can be an off-cycle election, that any number of days serving in that filling in a vacancy counts essentially as you've now served a year, and thus you will not be eligible for serving a third term, the third 12 years, or that third 4-year cycle. So the explanatory statement in my review doesn't necessarily match with what the charter says, because the charter seems to be somewhat silent on this issue in what I'm reviewing. But the problem is that's what the explanatory statement says. So to me, there's confusion about did Wilsonville voters know what they were voting for with regard to how the years are calculated in these circumstances. And so if it's the council's desire, it may make sense to put forward also a ballot measure that clarifies what this years of service means in these. I mean, the vast majority of people, unless you're the on-cycle counselor, who then, you know, does the 12 years, or an on-cycle counselor who then does 4 years as mayor, very few people are going to meet the 365.25 days perfectly. And so it kind of does make sense to me to clarify that, to get clarification from the voters, because it's just not clear in my opinion. And so kind of
Yeah.
they flow together, but they are somewhat separate issues. You know, adjusting term limits with regard to the mayor position, and also clarifying what years should mean.
I
If that
see. And so then if we're trying to bring clarity to things, would your advice be then that this would be a separate ballot item that would be voted on separately, just to try to keep it all
Yeah,
as clear as possible, so we're not asking any sort of joint question or anything like that?
right, exactly. There's some nuance about how cities can do these referrals of ballot measures, but the cleanest approach, which I would recommend, is doing them as separate ballot measures. And I did put together some options to sort of help kind of think through what you could do. Not that council even needs to do anything, but is, you know, you could just talk about clarifying just the 1 year issue. If it's less than a year, that could be what the ballot measure would do. You could do these circumstances like I'm talking about, of what's 100 days, what's 400 days, of you clarify by saying you round up or you round down, just like kind of normal math, right? So if it's under 50%, you round down. If it's over 50%, you round up. Or you could make it static, where it's like you only ever round up or you only ever round down. Like, so those are some options. It's kind of hard with what Tigard did, because Tigard uses terms instead of years. It'd be kind of hard to model it after Tigard without sort of doing a whole rewrite of the section. So I mean, if that's where council's going, it's more of repealing and replacing that entire section in my mind, versus honing in on this years issue and how do you count the years.
I have a question, maybe just sticking with the years portion on the clarification. And I agree, when you go back and read the explanatory statement in the May 2020 voters pamphlet, it is not clear. I think you could read it one way and you could probably read it another way. And I'm not a lawyer, but it could come back to just being confusing. And why do we want to be confusing on purpose? So, but about the number of years and the so for example, because our charter does, I believe, compel us to have an election every 2 years. So let's say a city councilor was elected, and often what happens is some family situation or a career situation sometimes happens, and you know they leave after let's say they left after 1.5 years out of a 4-year term. And so the council would appoint somebody to fill, really, I believe, they would appoint somebody, and then I believe an election, is it correct that an election would need to be held at that 2-year mark?
You're exactly right.
Okay, so it's not like that person who replaces is going to stay for 2.5 years. So it would just be filling in up until the next election.
Right.
Okay.
And then whoever won that election would serve out the remainder of that term. So they wouldn't, they wouldn't serve 4 years from that election. It would be for that 2 year, the remaining 2 years of that term. They could run again, but
yeah. And I think it's important to think about what the voters want, not like, you know, if you go, so anyway, let's say this, so somebody's appointed to fill about 6 months, and then there's an election and somebody's elected and they have 2 years. it's to be consistent. I just wanted to ask you, what would be the way to keep that person who just got elected to 2 years to have the same opportunity for the number of terms, or the voters to elect that person for the same number, just so it's not a one-off, like, well, that one doesn't get as many terms.
So if you want to, if basically what I think you're getting at, so clarify if I'm incorrect, but basically if somebody's filling a vacancy, even if that filling of the vacancy means they have to do this sort of off-cycle election, let's say they, the 3-year circumstance you talked about, and then, after a year, they need to go through an election, they serve out the remaining 2 years. So what council could do is say any filling of vacancies doesn't count towards your years. That could be a ballot measure that you all put to the voters to have them decide.
Is the maximum amount of time you could serve filling a vacancy, is that 2 years? I mean, this is if somebody left after 1 week or something.
Yes, right. Yeah. So basically, if somebody left, less than 2 years into their term, you could appoint them, and then they would need to go at that next election. They would, if they wanted to stay in the position, they'd need to run for it and get elected, but then they'd only be filling the remaining time. So I guess my question back to you would be, if somebody's going through that scenario.
Oh, even in that second 2 years.
Yeah, if somebody's going through that scenario, this is the question that it's trying to figure out, the question that you want to put to the voters is the question then, do the voters want that person to only be eligible for 2 more full terms, meaning that they'd serve less than 12 years. They'd serve fewer than 12 years. Or the question could be more about like these kind of figuring out how you calculate a specific year. And then you're not getting into the nuances of, were they appointed and didn't have to go through an election, off-cycle election or not? That can get complicated if that's a question you're trying to ask.
I think the language in the voters pamphlet statement might have been trying to say that that person who served that one-off 2 years to finish out a term, that it didn't, one way of reading it is they didn't want to limit them, to cut them off from, give them less than 12 years.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Mayor, I agree with you that, different lawyers could argue the charter language differently. It's open to interpretation, definitely.
Well, especially the voter pamphlet language, the explanatory statement.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely confusing, and I do think that there's some discrepancy that could definitely be argued between what the explanatory statement says, the charter language says, and what the charter language actually says or doesn't say, in my opinion. I think it's relatively silent on this issue. And yet the explanatory statements are making it sound very clear, like you wouldn't be able to, the person wouldn't be able to run.
Well, I wanted to add, those are just a couple of technical questions that I had, that I recognize the value of term limits. I'm also not in any way against term limits. I think they really bring a lot of value to the community. I think that what we're talking about here is that we see some confusion in the term limits, and we see that, as Tualatin did, the way that it will play out over the future decades, you would often see one-term mayors, and you just wouldn't be able to get around that. I also don't think so assuming that we have term limits and that it stays relatively consistent with this, honoring the 20-year format. I mean, I see that I see value in the Tualatin And what we're trying to do here is give our city attorney direction from the council. And we've heard of several different things here today, so I guess we have to keep eliminating options or trying to narrow things down so that we can give our city attorney direction to go back and write a clear statement. So if we start, maybe the easiest question is the second one. If we started with that, does that make sense to start with that one, Amanda, or not?
Sure, yeah, we can start there. I mean, I will say, I've heard from a couple of you, it sounds like that Tualatin's language, just given where our starting point was with Tualatin, that Tualatin's revision makes sense, but I think Counselor Berry, I'm not sure if I understand that you're supportive of separating the terms. I don't know if you have that same feeling about the Tualatin language, and I know Counselor Linville, you did talk about 2 4-year terms for counselors and 2 4-year terms as mayor. So that's somewhat in line with what Tualatin did, but I don't know.
Could you recount what Tualatin did again for us, please, Amanda?
Sure. So Tualatin, and just for like members of the public who may be watching at home, this is an exhibit in the council packet. It's attached, it's page 21 of the council packet. It's attachment 2 to the staff report. So basically, I'll just read it so for ease. It says, this is the measure language. The original charter prior to the amendment said, no person shall be eligible to serve on the council more than 12 years in a 20-year period, whether serving as councilor, mayor, a pro tem member, or a combination thereof. What the amendment is to add, except if a person has served only 2 terms as city councilor, then that person shall be eligible to serve another 2 consecutive terms as mayor. So basically it increases from 8 years, or from 12 years to 16 years. And their explanatory statement is also included, their ballot title, question, summary, and explanatory statement are also included in the ballot packet. That's pages 24 and 25. And then the explanatory statement, it again goes into that it's 8 years and 8 years. So potential increase from 12 to 16 years if somebody does 2 terms as councilor and 2 terms as mayor. Mayor, I think you're muted. I think, oh, there you go. What, could you repeat yourself, Mayor? I think you were muted.
Okay, oh, sorry. I think what you just described there might relate better to discussion 1.
Yes.
So could
So
we?
they did not, Tualatin did not make any change with regard to this 365-day issue. The 365.25 days.
Okay, so in the case of Tualatin, let me see if I have this right. If someone has served 400 days, does that count as a term?
So,
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
So if you were to take the language plus the explanatory statement, they would not be able to run that 400 days would count as a term.
Okay.
Yes.
What about if we simplified it, forget the days, and just add another sentence saying, if somebody's been appointed, then that does not count as part of this 2-term limit. Like that's the exception.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so that is something that the council could put forward as a ballot measure.
And in that case, then on the, for example, if somebody just served 6 months, it doesn't count. If they were then elected for the remainder of that term and served an additional 2 years, would that still not count as a term? In that description, in that,
Yeah, I think what we would do if I'm getting the sense of kind of where you're going is we wouldn't necessarily refer to it as appointment. We would say something like the filling of any vacancy or any partial term does
Okay.
not count towards the calculation of
okay,
the years.
that's simpler.
Because, I mean, there could be a scenario where, let's say somebody resigns after a year, a person gets appointed, they fill that for a year, there's an election, and somebody else gets elected. I mean, that it could happen. And
Mhm.
so the question would be, do either of those people, either the person who served the vacancy, filling the vacancy for the year, or the person who got elected, are they both then limited by a full term? You know, so I think what I would say is just if that's where the council, if that's the issue the council wanted to put forth to the community, I would say, don't talk about it in the terms of appointment, just put it in terms of filling a vacant or a partial term or something like that, a vacancy.
That makes sense to me.
And so in that case, if I'm thinking that going with the 2 years as counselor, or 2 terms as a counselor, and 2 terms as mayor, where we had that language, I think, from Tualatin. That would be the maximum. Did we go back to the Tualatin or the discussion 1, please? There it is. I guess I'm going back to what Counselor Linville said at the beginning.
Well, it seems to me that what Tualatin did is they retained the 12 years, the 3 full terms
Mm-hmm.
for each of those positions. But what they said is that in terms of someone who has functioned as a counselor for 2 terms,
Mm-hmm.
they would still be eligible for 2 additional terms as a mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they put a little bit of apples and oranges together. If I'm hearing that correctly, is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. So in another scenario, let's say a counselor only serve 1 term as counselor, they run for mayor and they get elected as mayor. They'd still only be able to serve 2 terms as mayor. They'd still be subject to that 12-year limit. You know, so yes, it is a little bit of mixing of the 2. It's not fully separated. They're not fully distinguished from each other.
And that is why I'm not in support of Tualatin's, because it still ties the counselor, the terms spent as a counselor in the mayoral term limits. And I am not supportive of that. But I am supportive of cutting the length of the terms of both of those positions if they're distinct. And what that would allow right now, what we have is a maximum for any combination thereof of 12 years in a 20-year period. So whether it's heavy on the end of the counselor and light on the end of the mayor, or heavy on the end of the mayor and light on the end of a counselor, it still is 12 years within any 20-year period, any combination. And what I'm saying is, considering the possibility of 2 4-year terms, for either one of those, but they are distinct. So instead of a combination of being 12 years out of 20, the maximum that it could be would be 16 years out of 20, and that would be possibility of 2 terms as a counselor and 2 terms as a mayor.
So Counselor Linville, so I'm clear, if a counselor had no desire to run for mayor, they would only be able to be a counselor for 8 years?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm thinking about having 4, obviously, we know that we have 4 counselor positions. And that is, that is just a lot of positions to fill for 2 terms. Can be done. I think that might be why Tualatin did it the way that they did. It does give you a little more continuity on the counselor position. Everybody is, as we noticed, it takes a lot of time to be mayor. It's a big commitment. And all of those people who decide to commit to be counselor, you know, a certain portion of them are willing to commit to be mayor.
Well, in practical terms, what they're saying is you can be 2 terms as a counselor and still be eligible for 2 terms as a mayor, which is the 16 years out of the 20, which is the same as what I was saying. Now, if we want to keep the council terms as 3 terms and let the mayor still just be 2 terms, I don't know, you know, unless there is a combination, and then it would be 16. Otherwise, it would be 12. But then when you add in these partial terms, then it gets very complicated. And
you
know, I think we've already got language that is very clear that says 365.25 days equals 1 year. How we got away from that in any kind of an explanatory statement or in our perception, that was what the voters voted on. That is what is clearly in the charter. We already have that definition, so that anything that is less than 365.25 days it by definition does not constitute a year. I don't know where that came forward from, but that's what's in the charter. That's what was on the ballot measure.
So are you as you're talking about that, are you saying that when somebody's been appointed, that should be an exception? Or are you saying that if they serve more than 365.2, then that counts as a year for the part of the total 2 terms of 4 and 4, 8? You're on mute.
Counselor Linville, I think you're on mute.
Counselor Berry, are you asking me that question?
Well, yeah, I am, because you're bringing up the 365.25. So are you saying that should be applied to the appointed time that somebody may serve? And then therefore, if it's over 365.25, then that needs to be counted as part of their 4-year and 4-year total?
No, what I said in the no, I'm just saying that's what we already have. In my statements that I made in the very beginning, I think that we need to remove the partial terms from definition of years of service. Because I think we already have provisions in the charter for limiting those partial terms.
And so if somebody, let me try it another way. I think what seems to be unclear is if somebody served 6 months right now, it might be argued that that counts as a year. And if your limit would be 12 years, you know, that could get into a 3 or 6 months could count as a whole year to that maximum 12 years or whatever it is. It's just not clear. So what I'm hearing Councillor Linville say is if we understand that in our charter, it already clarifies, it already states that 365.25 a service up until that amount, when you hit that number of days, it constitutes a year. If you are serving in some appointed partial year and it does not reach 365.25, it does not count as a year. The problem seems to be that it's not consistently stated that way. So if perhaps in our proposed improvement language, it could take out the ambiguity, and it could simply clarify that any service less than 365.25 days does not count as a year.
And I would support that in lieu of removal of the partial terms, because I think that's language that we already have. I think in the explanatory statement, it was discussed in the voters pamphlet there that one counselor and one mayor would be affected by those partial, you know, by the previous terms. And if I go back to the statement, it says the measure is retroactive as to counting time of service of all current city councilors. If the measure passes, the current mayor could finish his current term, but would not be eligible to run or be reelected in November. The longest tenured city council member whose term expires would not be eligible for reelection. And if reelected in November, the current city council president would thereafter be eligible for one more term in any capacity. The remaining 2 city councilors would each be eligible to run for 2 more terms in any capacity from the date their current terms expire. So I don't.
Yeah, would it be helpful if I could take this down and screen share the explanatory statement that Councillor Linville is reading from? Okay,
Yeah.
let me do that. So this, once it comes, this is the explanatory statement from Wilsonville. Like I said, I have the Tualatin one, also, if we want to look at that as well. So it starts, well, the first big paragraph says, if the measure is passed, it would prohibit any person from serving as a mayor, city councilor, or a combination of both for more than 12 years in any 20-year period. The 12-year period applies to the total amount of time a person serves on the Wilsonville City Council, regardless of the position held. Under the measure, during any 20-year period, a city councilor could run for mayor if doing so would not exceed the 12-year limit, including time already served as city councilor. Okay, so then it goes on, and I think it's right.
It's the next paragraph where it
this one.
talks about appointed.
Yes, so this is where it gets confusing, and I think it's because they use the word because. It says the measure would also apply to a person appointed to complete a term in office. So they're not distinguishing the length of that appointment term. They're just saying, and it says, for example, a person appointed to serve any portion of a 4-year term caused by a vacancy would be eligible to serve 2 additional 4-year terms in any city council office, mayor or city councilor, because running for a 3rd term would exceed the 12-year limit. In such instance, the effect of the measure would result in a term limit of less than 12 years. This would be the case for 1 current city councilor. So that's where I'm getting at. Like, this explanatory statement to me, I think the charter's somewhat silent on, this calculation of the 365.25 days. If it doesn't perfectly match with the time that somebody is serving, it doesn't explain what you do with those, few extra days or, 6 extra months or what have you. But this explanatory statement seems to indicate if you're appointed for any period of time, if a person's appointed for any period of time to fill a vacancy, they would not be able to run for a 3rd term.
Right.
No, doesn't it say they are eligible to serve 2 more 4-year terms?
Right. So but what I'm saying is, like, let's say they get appointed for 6 months before that particular position is up for election.
Right.
They'd only be able to essentially run twice. They would not be able to run 3 times.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas if somebody only ran when it was up for election, they'd be able to run 3 times.
So to clarify, to remove the confusion basically here, which I think is important, so that we don't have our city having the same conversation for the next 50 years. I'm asking the city attorney here, does defining the 300, the definition of a year very clearly as 300 is anything less than 365.25 days does not count as a year. Does that help?
That would definitely help. Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like we might have agreement on that point. Anybody not agree with that? I mean, or see a better way to go or issues with that? Okay. Then if we go ahead.
And so for clarification, if somebody served, if a counselor, a year and a half in, resigned, and that position, that vacancy was filled, based on this discussion, what I would say based on this clarification is that 2.5 years that somebody serves to fill that vacancy, if they, were elected and all that, that would count as a term. So they would then only be eligible to run twice after the 2.5 years. Okay. Just make sure we're all on the same page.
And, you know, I think it's just clear then if it would be clear that if somebody wants to serve out a 2-year two remaining years of a 4-year term, someone left and there's this 2 years sitting there that needs to be filled, they would know ahead of time that that would count. Right?
Yes, exactly. And that's information because, you know, the city runs those, in those cases, the city runs those appointments, you know, putting out a call for candidates and stuff. So that's information that we'd be able to provide with this clarity. So I'm generally seeing head nods of if I bring language back at our next council meeting on, for at least for one ballot measure that says, you know, anything less than 365 days, 365.25 days doesn't count as a year of service. General consensus that that's something you all would like to look at to discuss. Okay, I'm seeing head nods. So Mayor, do you want to discuss what I'm hearing from Councilor Linville is a desire to do 8 and 8 and just be kind of clear cut about 8 and 8 between city council and mayoral terms?
Well, I think we should go to that discussion because we've heard a couple of different things. As I understand, the 8 and 8, let's think of the plus and minus of that. This person who filled two remaining years, would really be able to only serve one additional term, I believe.
I still like the language of if they're appointed, they're excluded from considering that as a full term.
Well, even if they were elected, you could still be elected to fill. So somebody left, somebody's appointed for 6 months, maybe they don't even run again or they don't win. And there could be person B who's elected to fill the remaining 2 years of that term. Okay, so they were elected, not appointed. That person, those 2 years would count as 4 years, I believe.
Right.
Is what we're saying. Just want to make sure we understand that.
I'm just trying to think, forward thinking that, assuming we have really good people, are we shooting Wilsonville in the foot by not letting them continue?
Yeah. That's what I think we should consider here. And if we combine that with saying only 8 years as city council and 8 years as mayor, that particular person was really only doing 6 years as city councilor would be the most they could do.
And to me, that doesn't seem right.
That's a lot of turnover there. And that's why I wonder how Tualatin, the value of the Tualatin proposition, their current new correction to this same term limits.
Well, the only concern, Mayor, that I have about that is because we have off-cycle of mayor and councilor elections. Let's say we have a councilor who was elected in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
And they have aspirations to serve as a mayor at some point. But the mayor election is coming up in 2024 and then not again until 2028.
Mm-hmm.
And so that person who was elected in 2023, if they wanted to be considered in the mayor, could only serve 2 years out of that 4-year term, and they would have to then resign and wait till the mayor election happened in 2028.
I think that's real clumsy.
I do too.
that's introducing the same level of uncertainty and chaos. So to get around that, to address that, then it seems like we need to consider this partial term that Councilor Berry was bringing up. Is that what you're thinking?
I will note too, because I think it's worth noting in the Tualatin language, what's interesting about the Tualatin language when it talks about service as a city councilor, it does not talk about it being consecutively run with the mayor's terms. It says if a person has served only 2 terms as a city councilor, they're also eligible to serve another 2 consecutive terms as mayor. So if it were me, if I was then asked to interpret that, what I would say is, if you're an off-cycle councilor, you can serve your 8 years. You'd have to take 2 years off until the mayoral election, because you're off cycle from the mayoral election. You'd have 2 years off, but then you could run for mayor because you've only served the 8 terms. But so you wouldn't have to resign, but you wouldn't be able to serve on the council in that 2-year gap between when your term ends and when the mayor position is up for election. The only time it talks about consecutive terms is when it talks about those 2 mayoral terms.
Well, I'm just thinking about, let's say our current situation, because we have a mayoral election that is going to be in November of 2024. And that position, whoever is elected to that position, if there were not any other terms involved, would be able to serve until 2028, right? 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, 28, yeah. But our current city councilors who have just finished their first term will finish their second term on December 31st of 2024. They will have done 2 terms and would, under the Tualatin model, would be eligible for 2 more terms as a mayor, but they would have to stop out in 2024 and could not then be elected until 2028. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if all the terms ran consecutively, it would make sense. But with our staggered terms, it doesn't seem to make much sense to have that, because you'd never have a counselor that has 2 terms unless they just did 2 terms and then quit. Mayor, you're muted.
I don't know if Tualatin has the staggered terms that we do.
They do.
Okay. So that's another, so going back to I want to circle back to the the 2 4-year terms as mayor, and just look at this again. Which would be 16 within a 20-year period if somebody were to do that. And that, the way that you were describing that, Councilor Linville, if somebody doesn't want to run for mayor, then the most they could do is 8 years as city councilor. Could we hear from people about any pluses and minuses they see to that?
So let me just clarify. So that would be 2 terms, 4 years each, total 8 years. And that's the maximum. And how long of a period? 12 or 20? 12 years? 20 period.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, I look at the city council and I think you guys, like, I'm so proud. I think I have so much respect for all these people. And so I'm looking like, of course we want to have continuation. But then on the flip side of the coin, you could get, you know, somebody that really doesn't serve the city. And so when you have the term limits, then that's the option to kind of clean house.
Well, and the voters said, you know, the voters want term limits. So we're starting from the premise of having term limits, and we started with the premise of 20 years, and I'm looking at that. That's what I'm starting with. So we've all and they're, whether they're doing a great job or not, it's still, the concept is getting new blood in every few years. Could be doing a
That's the concept, but it's also making sure that we have counselors and mayors that have knowledge and experience and understand the issues and have the relationships with everybody that they need to.
Right. And we're not the only city in the whole region that very frequently would have one-term mayors, which is what we have, what it looks like we're going to have with this, which is why Tualatin addressed it.
I will note, just as kind of a time check, Mayor, that we have another item on this work session for 10 minutes. So I have a suggestion, because I think this is too important to rush a decision on.
Right.
And I know that we don't have a planned regular council meeting, you know, our regularly planned council meeting the first week of February. So my suggestion would be that we consider doing just a work session on this item, maybe the week after that first week of February, you know, essentially find a date that works for everybody to have a work session just on this item. And in that time, what staff can do, I've already reached out to Bill Evans about potentially maybe putting something out on Let's Talk Wilsonville to get some community feedback. We could sort of flush out these different concepts that you all are talking about.
And I like a lot about a lot of them, but there's a hybrid I think we're moving toward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so that way we could get some feedback that, I mean, it's not, you know, a scientific poll, but at least you'd get some pulse of the community in that time. So I'd maybe suggest that, given this discussion, you all can take some time to think about what's being discussed. If you have any questions in the meantime, you could reach out to me, but that would be my recommendation, just given the other item I know you have on your agenda.
I think that's good. I think the theme that we're looking for is, that I'm hearing, that I'm committed to, is yes, we want term limits. We have term limits now. There's some real confusion in the material that accompanies all of this, the voter pamphlet material and the charter. We've seen some improvements by some neighboring cities, but I don't think we're exactly ready to see which is best for Wilsonville. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm. And I would guess that Tualatin probably did their homework and figured all this out in terms of the 2 terms eligible to serve 2 terms as a mayor. And they probably have thought through how that looks with staggered terms.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we could get some more information kind of about how that might work.
None of this is going to be perfect. If you didn't have any term limits at all, the staggered terms would never present themselves as an issue. And so there's going to be a little bit of a hiccup when you have a term limit. So we have to live with some of that.
Yeah. Yeah, we can definitely do some more
I
outreach.
want to say that I'm inclined toward the Tualatin model in large part. Okay.
And it also sounds like we have consensus on separating the mayor and the councilor terms.
Okay, staff will reach out about a time that works for counselors and the mayor on a special work session on this item. So thank you. I've taken a lot of notes, and yeah, we'll be back with more.
Thank you. And so that brings us to our next item, which is our legislative session.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the City Council, Mark Otnet, Public and Government Affairs Director with the city. And with me tonight is Greg Leo, our Public Affairs Consultant. I have a PowerPoint to share, so I will start that now. This work session item pertains to proposed 2024 state legislative session set of priorities.
The state legislative session priorities are based on our city council agendas, and we have the priorities that emerge. They complement the general policy references of the 2023-24 state legislative agenda.
The legislative session priorities are topical, timely issues of specific relevance to the city and our transit agency, SMART. These are major issues for which the City Council has not expressed a prior policy preference and are not included in this proposal, such as we have not addressed Measure 110, drug legalization reform, Measure 114, changes to firearms, or the Oregon property tax scheme. And as Greg noted, this complements our 23-24 state legislative agenda. The seven, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
The seven priorities are restore recreational immunity for public use of trails, fund the West Commuter Rail Extension Study, create a state residential housing infrastructure fund, and oppose efforts to override land use laws for urban growth boundary expansion, reauthorize and fund the Business Oregon Regionally Significant Industrial Sites Program, provide Charbonneau and Wilsonville with an I-5 Boone Bridge tolling waiver exemption, extend the sunset on the Vertical Housing Development Zone Incentive Program, and finally, improve childcare resources to benefit families, workforce, and employers.
Let's start to talk about recreational immunity. This comes from a court case out of Newport, which would take away the recreational immunity that cities would have at this point. Public and private landowners on improved trails would no longer be protected from liability lawsuits. The city county insurance services have recommended that the city and the counties close the trails to the public. At this time, the city has declined to close trails, parks and trails to the public.
The League of Oregon Cities and others are ready to bring a bill in the 24th session to restore recreational immunity. However, we anticipate opposition from some parties such as trial lawyers.
Another important priority is to fund the West Commuter Rail Extension Study. We have a proposed bill that would establish an interjurisdictional task force that would study connecting the Portland metro region to the Salem-Keizer metro region with high-capacity transit, our West Commuter Rail. And we had a similar bill, in fact, almost identical bill, last session, HB 2662A, which passed unanimously from the Joint Transportation Committee in the last session.
However, due to a legislative boycott situation, over 400 bills were not considered, including this one. This bill is supported by a number of cities along the route, also by the transit agencies that serve those cities, and importantly, Portland Western Railroad, which operates west on behalf of TriMet.
So the West Commuter Rail Study has received a lot of support. At this point, we have 27 state legislators as sponsors of LCD 135. We really appreciate Senator Woods being the chief sponsor, but we also have other chief sponsors. Representative Neron is the chief sponsor, and you can see that we have quite a few members, both of the House and the Senate. So it's bipartisan and bicameral in terms of the support for our West to Salem bill.
The third item is to create a state residential housing infrastructure fund and oppose efforts to override land use laws for UGB expansion. The Governor's Housing Production Advisory Council has no representatives from any cities. It's mainly low-income housing operators and real estate development interests, and who are proposing sometimes rather simplistic solutions to housing, including just adding land to the UGB that does nothing to actually produce any housing.
One thing that the cities have been saying throughout this discussion and negotiation is that we should create a state residential housing infrastructure fund, which appears to be in LC 19, which is the bill. Oppose efforts to override the land use laws for the UGB expansion. The governor's office has recognized our comments and that the greatest impediment to advancing more housing is the overall high cost of infrastructure. So there will be some money associated with this bill to pay those costs. Developers build market rate housing that provides a greater profit, avoiding lower margin affordable housing. This bill will help us build more affordable and middle housing.
If we can correct it a bit, new state resources, as Greg noted, include potential outright grants and low-interest loans to the city to advance planning and infrastructure for the development of new housing. There's also proposals to subsidize housing for those making 60% or less of the area median income, and to focus efforts on building homes for people with moderate and low incomes.
Another important priority is to reauthorize and fund Business Oregon Regionally Significant Industrial Site Program, or the RSIS program. This offers various financing mechanisms to advance industrial sites to a shovel-ready status. Due diligence grants that create better understanding of constraints of the regionally significant sites. So direct the site preparation assistance by authorizing forgivable loans or low or no interest loans and or other tax sharing arrangements.
And we should note that the program allows the state to provide loans to local government to be forgiven up to 50% of site preparation costs. A tax sharing arrangement where 50% of the annual corporate and personal income tax revenues from the site can reimburse the public investment for up to a total site preparation cost.
Another important priority is to reauthorize and fund the Business Oregon Regionally Significant Industrial Site Program. City of Wilsonville is one of the 12 local governments with industrial sites that Business Oregon has designated as pre-qualified. The 2023 legislative effort to extend the fund and fund the RSIS program failed due to the semiconductor package kind of fatigue. League of Oregon Cities and others seek a $40 million allocation and to extend the program through 2024.
We also are advocating to provide Charbonneau and Wilsonville with an I-5 Boone Bridge tolling waiver and exemption. Essentially, ODOT policy in the 1960s and 70s allowed a city to use the interstate highway for local access. The Charbonneau district of Wilsonville has been dependent upon the use of I-5 Boone Bridge since 1971.
Older senior residents of Charbonneau have only one route over the I-5 Boone Bridge to access the remainder of Wilsonville for shopping, medical appointments, and all those many things they do. Wilsonville residents, workers, and businesses north of the I-5 Willamette River Bridge who visit or serve Charbonneau are in the same situation.
ODOT's current policies do not address the situation of a community's dependence upon the interstate highway bridge to provide local access when there's no other route. Therefore, we will advocate for the legislature to provide a waiver or exemption from tolling when crossing the I-5 Boone Bridge for Wilsonville residents and businesses.
Another one of our priorities is to extend the sunset on the Vertical Housing Development Zone, the VHDZ incentive. It allows cities to provide a 10-year tax abatement on a portion, up to 80%, of the improvement value qualifying the mixed-use residential or commercial development. The vertical housing program is scheduled to sunset on January 1st, 2026. Projects under construction by that date will be ineligible for the incentive.
Projects not under construction.
Thank you. Not under construction by that date.
The
Well
city
said, Mark. Thank you.
The city council has approved 2 vertical housing development zones that will take long time to advance: the Villebois Village and the town center area. And the developers have indicated that a mixed-use development zone is required to make these projects financially feasible.
So the Wilsonville Town Center vertical housing development zone, the first mixed-use commercial residential project, is exciting project with 5-story, 114-unit multifamily residential complex with 4,200 square feet of retail space on the ground floor in residences.
And finally, number 7, to improve childcare resources. Our Wilsonville employers have identified the lack of childcare as an obstacle to workforce recruitment and retention. Our economic development manager has been greatly involved with the Clackamas County Childcare for All Coalition, as has Council President Ackerval, and this is part of the Clackamas Workforce Partnerships program.
Phase 1 of this program will be to stabilize and increase childcare workforce, align childcare educator salaries with the K-12 educators. Phase 2 will be to make childcare more available, provide funding for new childcare providers, and Phase 3 will make childcare more affordable by capping the family childcare contributions.
These are legislative concepts that have been suggested that will take some time to work out through a work group to become potential law. In summary, these are the 7 proposed 2024 state legislative session priorities that are being proposed for city council consideration.
So the schedule of the short session, or the 2024 session, we call it the short session, is that February 5th it will start. We'll hear the revenue forecast on February 7th. It does look like there will be some additional resources once the state economist tells us that. On February 12th is the posting deadline for the first chamber. So it has to be posted for a work session in the first chamber. 19th, February 19th, deadline for a work session in the first chamber. February 23rd, it must be posted for a work session in the second chamber. And on February 29th, deadline for the work session in the second chamber. It's all got to be done under Oregon Constitution by March 10th. So you can see this is a very busy 35-day session.
This is the end of our formal presentation, and we will stop sharing. Please advise if you have any suggestions or modifications that you might wish for us to consider.
So thank you for that presentation, Mr. Rotned, Mr. Leo. We want to get you mobile and ready to act on our direction. I see we have a comment from Councillor Linville.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and the opportunity to review the legislative priorities. I certainly support all of them. Here is my question. And that is, can you talk a little bit about the comprehensive approach to addressing Oregon's addiction and community livability crisis that came forward from the League of Oregon Cities, the Oregon District Attorneys Association, the Oregon Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Oregon State Sheriff's Association? And will this be an issue that'll be addressed, do you believe, in the short session, or is this something that we need to think about supporting and discussing later as we get into the longer session? I know that some of the actions in the action plan address Measure 110, but it is more of a comprehensive approach to dealing with addiction and community livability. So what are your thoughts about whether the city should consider the actions that are identified in those recommendations?
I'll let Mr. Lee take the lead.
Be happy to take that. The League of Oregon Cities has worked in coalition with the district attorneys, the sheriffs, the chiefs of police. It's a very comprehensive list of changes. There's kind of a faction in the legislature that would just plain old repeal Measure 110. And then there's another group which really would take a more comprehensive look. And it's not just about the very basic things like use of drugs in public places. That's kind of subtle or more agreement on that, but it is a very comprehensive list of treatment and very systemic changes. So, kudos first of all to the league for working to get kind of a broad coalition working on this. I think this will take time, but there will probably be a few things that we'll see this short session. I do believe that to some degree, they will recriminalize the use of drugs in public places, and they will look for some ways to address the more obvious problems that a lot of cities have seen in Measure 110. I hope that answers. This could be a long-term, 2025 session thing to look at all of the many changes that have been proposed in that coalition proposal.
I'm just wondering if this is something that our council needs to look at and make a decision about whether we want to support the league's position on these items. I think it goes beyond, as you said, repealing Measure 110. I don't think it's that simple, but how would you recommend that the council then look at this issue and determine what we support or not?
Yeah, Councilor Linville, Mayor Fitzgerald, members of the council, I think we should watch what the legislature's judiciary committees are going to do on this. They have had informational hearings on this. I think there will be a smaller package that will emerge when the bills first come out at the beginning of the session. We should monitor it carefully, bring back information, greater detail to the council. I don't think we're in a position to know exactly which issues are going to be coming up first out of that package. So this is something I think the council can look at over time.
And in order to operationalize that, I can I think I can envision us deciding if we want to send a letter, for example, that would articulate our position in particular, depending on what's being proposed. And so we could draft a letter and then come to an agreement on what it says. I think that might be the kind of thing that we need to be prepared to do.
We could do that.
Okay. Because we can't predict what we're for or against at this moment, but we want our council involved. I know we're short on time, but I wanted to bring up the child care topic, which is very important to Wilsonville. We've done a survey of our employers. We've got it as one of our council goals, recognizing we are not all state legislators ourselves. We are the city of Wilsonville, and there is only so much we can do for this big issue. But I think maybe that, but I'm really glad that we have that as an issue growth. And so is that one also, Greg and Mark, that we could look to letters of support coming from our council where applicable?
Yes, Mayor, most certainly. And the legislative concept that the Clackamas Child Care for All has proposed is not well fleshed out. Our sense is that we would be fortunate if we could get an interim work group together after the 24th session that would actually propose real legislation for 25, because right now there is no actual legislative proposal.
This gives us that motivation and grounding to do that.
Correct.
Does that sound reasonable, Council President Akkerval? I know that's something you've worked on a lot. Okay.
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
Okay, and then I wanted to just call out the west to Salem again. That is a visionary proposal. We have had so much interest up and down I-5 on
Mm.
this. There is a one pager that was developed that we've seen that really identifies everything from college students getting to and from their wherever they're living, because often they cannot afford housing near the university. Workforce travel, it's the most tangible way to get people off of the freeways that I've seen for a long time. And but what's needed next is the actual full study to ascertain how that would be done. And I'm just really enthused to see such support across the aisle and up and down I-5, basically, for that.
Yes.
Yes.
So I am going to bring up this legislative agenda during mayor's business and ask for council support for this. I'm hearing that we still have many ways of participating and adding more oomph to various elements of this as the session goes on. It's going to be very fast, intense session, so stay tuned. Council President Aukervall.
Which along those lines, just to reconfirm, so this is in coordination, or it's augmenting or enhancing our prior state legislative agenda. That's the 2023-2024. So that state legislative agenda has some kind of broad themes in it, which they're still in play, right?
Yes.
Even though this other kind of appendix that we have now for the short session is calling out some very distinct things, which I very strongly support and agree with, and appreciate the work that's been put into documenting those. I still believe in and really value what's included in that 2023-24 legislative agenda. And for instance, we have one item number 4 is environmental impact that's included in there. And that says Wilsonville supports protection of the environment and important natural resources for the benefit of human health, quality of life, recreational opportunities, wildlife habitat. So of course, a lot of things could fit under that. And in this fast moving environment, if something comes into then, we've recently talked about some of the difficulties that city of Wilsonville is facing because of the Mediterranean oak borer. If something pops into on our radar, something like this environmental impact section 4 from our 2023-2024, does that kind of cover, yes, we have interest in ensuring protection for our city and in dealing with this invasive species in a productive way?
Yes, Mayor Councilor Ackville, indeed, that is the case. And that's the purpose of the legislative agenda, is that just as you indicated, it's broad, somewhat general, and the priorities list happens to be a set of things that just happen to be timely right now that we have prior policy direction on, and we just want confirmation from the council that this is indeed priorities for the council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question, is the list in order, a special order, or is it just a list of all the different items?
It's Mayor Councilor Berry. It is somewhat in order in that the first few items are very timely. For example, the vertical housing development zone won't sunset till 26. So if we don't get it now, we've got 2025 to come back and try again. Whereas like if we can try to get whereas recreational immunity, that's now. The court case has passed. We are in a position that's not favorable in terms of our trails being open to the public, and so therefore that's a high priority here.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. I will I thank you for your comments, and we're over time now, so we're going to conclude our work session and reconvene for the regular session at, 7, what, do we need 7 minutes, Brian?
And Mayor, we also do have a URA meeting
Oh, we have URA
before
next.
council.
Yeah, URA next, okay. For I'm getting some freezing on my screen.
I think 7 minutes
Okay.
is what we need, Mayor.
Thank you for your patience. So we will reconvene at 7:25
Thank you.
for your urban renewal meeting. Thank you. Well, we're preparing for a very short urban renewal agency meeting. Because we have our communications section of our meeting starting at 7:20, which was 5 minutes ago. Okay, we're waiting for Counselor Linville. We have 3 of us, so I will. Are we ready with our technology?
We're ready, Your Honor.
I will call to order a meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency for the city of Wilsonville. Will the agency recorder please call the roll?
Member Barry,
Present.
Member Linville,
Here.
Member Ackerval,
Here.
Chair Fitzgerald,
Here.
and Member Dunwell is excused.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes by.
Aye.
And this is now the point for our citizen input. Do we have anyone wanting to testify on Zoom or on the phone? Okay, seeing none, I do not need to read that section, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That brings us to our consent agenda. Will the agency attorney please read the items on the agenda?
URA Resolution 346, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Wilson. Let me start over. URA Resolution number 346, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville Urban Renewal Agency authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Wilsonville pertaining to short-term subordinate urban renewal debt for the Coffee Creek Plan District for the purpose of funding the construction of capital improvement project by the agency. URA Resolution number 347, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville Urban Renewal Agency authorizing the termination of tax increment collection for the West Side Plan. And URA Resolution number 348, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville Urban Renewal Agency authorizing acquisition of the 5th group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor Project, and minutes of the December 4, 2023 Urban Renewal Agency meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as read.
Is there
I'll second.
The motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. And I do want to correct that previously I should have said 4-0 on the agenda, on the order of agenda. Seeing no further business, the urban renewal meeting is adjourned at 7:29 p.m. I will now call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council at 7:29 p.m. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Counselor Barry,
Present.
Counselor Linville,
Here.
Council President Ackerval,
Here.
Mayor Fitzgerald,
Here.
and Counselor Dunwell is excused.
Thank you. Will the city manager please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
And
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That was going back to previous formats.
You caught me off guard.
Sorry about that. We're bringing you back into action. Okay, so may I have a motion to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 4-0. And now for mayor's business, I want to start with the adoption of the 2024 state legislative session priorities as we discussed in detail at our work session. And I know we are running a little behind tonight, and I would like to thank our government affairs staff for preparing a very detailed set of priorities that include some new things that are of rather important, timely value right at the beginning of this short session. In the interest, let me just go through some of those. In summary, our 2024 legislative priorities include restoring recreational immunity for the public use of trails. And there's a lot more detail in our packet. Funding the West Side Express Service, otherwise known as WES, commuter rail extension study to extend that from Wilsonville all the way to Salem. Number 3 would be creating a state residential housing infrastructure fund and to oppose efforts to override land use laws for urban growth boundary expansion. And that the detail that you can read in that is especially with regard to the focus on the need to build housing to meet our housing shortage. And make sure that we are doing that in a way that works as we've described in those materials. Number 5 is provide Charbonneau and Wilsonville, the Charbonneau neighborhood of Wilsonville, with an I-5 Boone Bridge tolling waiver exemption should tolling be put in place. We are continuing to press on that. Number 6 is to extend the sunset on the ending date of the vertical housing development zone incentive. And that's again very important if cities are able to enable cities to add some of the housing that is so necessary. Number 7, improve childcare resources to benefit families, workers, and employers. And we'd be working with our Clackamas County Child Care Coalition and other partners on that. So those are the main items. And of course, we will continue with our broad overview of legislative priorities that are included in the packet as we advance toward the longer session as well. Do I have a motion to adopt the 2024 state legislative session priorities?
Your Honor, I would move that we adopt the we adopt the 2023 legislative priorities.
If I
To clear,
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. It is the 2024 state legislative session priorities.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the 2024 state legislative session priorities. Is there any discussion? I think everyone is focused on catching up with our time frame. So thank you for your discussion earlier in the year and earlier today on that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. I will just briefly go over to some of the meetings. I am appreciative of the good work of our city public works, public safety, and business owners and everybody and homeowners who have taken part in what I understand is a relatively safe passageway through this last storm that we had in Wilsonville. Many of our neighbors had such dire circumstances, just been a terrible situation. I appreciate that we do have so much buried power. Our power lines are almost all buried in Wilsonville, and I think that helps quite a bit. So placing so much of our power underground for many years has helped with this a great deal. Last week, we had another session of our Civics Academy, which is a 7-month long program for Wilsonville residents, and it goes in depth into the way that the city operates. Last week was the time that the city council was invited to join those 35 some members of this year's class in Civics Academy. And thankfully, really appreciate everybody who participated in that, including past and current residents who have taken the time to go through that class, and I hope they all continue to stay in touch and let us know what they like, what they want changed, what needs attention, so we can keep having a great community. I do have a note from one of our neighbors in Wilsonville that I just received that am really glad to hear about. And this is the Oregon Dental Association, which is located in Wilsonville, is having on February 2nd, their new tooth taxi service. And so they are offering, and I'm going to ask our communications department to put this on our website. On February 2nd, they will be having a tour of their new taxi. And here are some brief remarks about all the things that happen in this mobile van to help children who need attention for their teeth. So they're going to be giving a christening to this van on December 2nd. And this is an invitation to the city council. I'm sure they're not inviting everybody in the world to this, but I do want to celebrate this. I think it's just a fantastic thing that the Oregon Dental Association has done for our community and for children in the surrounding areas. Also on Friday, tomorrow, January 19th, from 10:30 to noon, Clackamas Education Service District, the ESD, their community and referral assistant will be providing free developmental and hearing screenings for children ages birth through 5 years at the Wilsonville Public Library. So these screenings are provided by Clackamas ESD and are doctor recommended to assess the physical, social, and emotional development of children birth to 5 years. So for more information, see the city or library websites. Now, this coming Saturday on January 20th, our state representative Courtney Neron is holding a coffee hour at the Wilsonville Public Library starting at 11:30 a.m. And you don't have to RSVP to that. Just come down to the library at 11:30 a.m. on Saturday, and you'll be able to hear issues of concern and Representative Neron's plans and she will be giving a preview of the 2024 short legislative session that will start on February 5th. And I'm sure she'll have a question and answer session as well. On January 25th, along with 25 or so other mayors, I will be participating. I guess it's about a dozen metro area mayors in an event put on by an economic development group that we participate in, put on by Greater Portland Inc., and it's called Meet the Mayors. We will be hearing from all these mayors about what are the top things that are happening for them, how that relates to regional economic development, and current trends and opportunities. And that is on January 25th. And that is also a really good opportunity to find out what each of those cities is doing. Each city mayor presents for about 3 minutes. Our next council meeting will be Thursday, February 22nd, 2024. I think that's all I have for mayor's business, and that brings us to our communications segment of our agenda. And we are going to hear about the Willamette Water Supply Program project, which is probably the biggest project we've ever had around here. With Mr. Weigel from our staff.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and Council. My name is Zach Weigel, City Engineer. And at the last council meeting, some of the councilors had raised some questions about the Willamette Water Supply Pipeline project, kind of why it's taking so long and what have the issues been. So I reached out to Willamette Water Supply to provide a update on the project and answer questions that you might have. So this is really their update, and I'll let Mike and Eric take it away. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. Excuse me, before you start, Mike and Eric, thank you. I just wanted to thank you for being here as well. And say that this is a $1 billion project. And it is being led jointly by the Tualatin Valley Water District and the city of Hillsborough. And it involves working with Wilsonville to tap into the Willamette River and build a 26-mile pipeline as a long-term water supply for Hillsborough, Beaverton, and customers in the Tualatin Valley Water District, including semiconductor chip manufacturers like Intel. And we've talked about this many times at our city council, and we've had items on our website. And as I said, it is a huge project. And we appreciate you coming to meet with us tonight to update us and help us provide more information to our constituents. Thank you.
Okay, well, good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Council members, my name is Mike Britch. I am the Engineering and Construction Manager for the Willamette Water Supply Program. So nice summary, Mayor, of the different parts and components of it. With me tonight is Eric Ward. He'll introduce himself a little bit later. Eric, if you want to go ahead and advance slides. So I think the opening, there's a little bit of delay here on our slides, at least on my end. So I think actually Zach did a good job identifying the purpose for the meeting. So really here to try and explain a little bit about what's going on and talk about what we're doing about it and what's some of the expectations should be moving forward. And so the outline, I'm gonna give a brief overview of what's going on with the program here and the Wilsonville components. And then we met with staff within about the last week, and we identified those 3 bullets there. See there, we'll give a little bit more detail on what's going on specifically on 95th, Kinsman, and then talk about our outreach and communication efforts for the project. Go ahead, Eric, advance. So this slide really shows all the different projects that the program is doing that affect Wilsonville. And so it's not only the immediate one that you see occurring on Kinsman and 95th, but there's a number of others. And so just kind of from left to right, we're doing significant work down by the city's water treatment plant. We call that our raw water facilities project, where we're adding pumps, we're doing a new electrical building, we're doing some seismic upgrades and pipeline work. I'll talk more about the seismic upgrades at the very end. We did a pipeline south of Wilsonville Road. That was our PLM 1.1 project in blue to the left. The middle blue project involved a partnership with the city of Wilsonville and their staff in constructing a new section of Kinsman Road between Barber and Beckman. That was our PLM 2 project. And then the very north end, another partnership project with the city of Wilsonville, installing pipe with a road project along Garden Acres. But the projects we're talking about today are the 2 segments shown in red, and there's 2 portions. There's a southern portions to the left. That's basically along Kinsman from Wilsonville Road to Barber, and then the northern portion that follows Beckman, 95th, and Ritter. Go ahead and advance, Eric. So just to point out, besides the actual construction that we're putting the pipe in the ground and the improvements to the roadway that you're going to talk about, there are other improvements that are being done that were negotiated with a ground lease agreement associated with this work. And so as we're constructing this pipeline, our PLM 1.3 pipeline through Wilsonville, we're also, before we're done, constructing a number of improvements. So there's a lot of intersection improvements related to ADA accessibility. You can see the list of intersections there. There at 2 locations, we're doing upgrades to basically truck turn lanes to support all the major truck traffic that in a couple locations. We're installing some fiber optic along 95th in support for the city, doing some infill of streetlights north of Ritter on 95th. And then we'll talk more about all the concrete paving replacement work. Go ahead, Eric, on 95th. So before we kind of get into the specifics of the couple of the areas, just as overall summary of where are we at on the project, both in terms of pipeline installation and then improvements to the street and other areas. So to begin with, the Southwest Kinsman segment, the pipeline's completed. Temporary pavement has been put down, and we're in the process of requiring the contractor to do a better job with maintenance. We'll talk more about that later. And final street improvements are going to come later. The next there is 95th between Hillman and Ritter Court. So again, our pipeline's completely installed, and we'll be starting a temporary paving that I'll talk about in a minute. But we have started some of the related concrete improvements. The picture you see there below is actually new curb and gutter that's going in, and behind it is new sidewalk all the way along basically the east side of that section. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Beckman Road, there's a section between Kinsman and 95th. That was entirely almost on private property, except for a section that we're doing as trenchless construction that's actually going underneath the railroad tracks as we speak. And so that really didn't have any street improvements associated with that. And then future segments involved a southern portion of 95th and then Ritter Road. Go ahead and advance, Eric. So to start with, I want to kind of focus on 95th, tell you where we're at, kind of what's happened there, and where do we see things moving forward. So the current work area begins on Hillman Court to the southern portion along 95th and extends up to Ritter Road. And so our pipe is installed. We expect temporary paving to start soon. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then we have been doing some driveway restorations as we go. And so one of the things, I guess, in relation to the email that you got from one of the business owners, this work is taking longer than we expected. We didn't anticipate kind of the duration and the delays that have been experienced by, Wilsonville and the businesses and traffic. And it's not our intention to have that happen. And, we're sorry that those impacts, are extending. In construction, though, we find that there are a number of unforeseen conditions and things that occur. And so I'll just kind of to point out why some of the delays have occurred, at least give you a few examples. So in that portion of 95th between Hillman and Ritter, one of the delays was there was a water line that was in a different location than was anticipated during design. It was in the way of our pipeline and required us to actually get our designers to go redesign it, to coordinate with the city on that and figure out the pricing and installation for that. Another thing which kind of troubles a lot of utilities in the roadway are utilities. Again, utilities aren't always as expected. There's a fiber optic line in 95th in that section that generally everybody expects these lines to be very shallow. And for some reason, this one fiber optic line was exceptionally deep, and it required the fiber optic company to actually go in and reinstall it in a different location out of the way. And then just as another example, as our contractor was going through there, we were getting a sense that the work that was installed, say 20 plus years ago by the developers, was not what was anticipated. And quite honestly, it wouldn't be probably accepted, in light of today's standards. And so because of that, there's just more concrete replacement that we will be doing in support of the work along 95th. And so that includes the curb and gutter that you saw on the east side and extensive sections of sidewalk along that side as well. So while we didn't anticipate these things, these are some of the causes for the delays that have been experienced there. And so related to the contractor's schedule and where do we go from here? So in construction projects, we don't normally dictate the contractor's schedules. Usually there's a beginning date, a notice to proceed, and an end date. And actually, we're about halfway through the overall construction of all of this pipeline through Wilsonville. We're about a year into it. We have about a year to go. And the contractor is actually almost 60% complete with the pipeline. So they're not behind schedule by any means. It just so happens that we found additional impacts to this one section that have extended the delays here. So again, we rely on the contractor's schedule and their planning. And so based on their planning, they anticipate starting work in support of temporary paving for another lane on 95th next week. They were planning to have that started earlier, but as we're all experiencing, weather and other things can delay construction work. And so that's been one of the recent delays as well. And then future work that we anticipate after the temporary traffic improvements are done to open up the two-way traffic on 95th in this section. Future work will include water main replacement to the south that kind of gets it out of the way, and then our pipeline installation in that section south of Hillman Court. And then in the spring summer timeframe, when it's also better weather, the contractor plans to come back and do all of the final concrete paving and remaining intersection improvements and remaining driveway restoration in that timeframe. So that's kind of what's been going on 95th. Eric, if you want to advance to Kinsman. So for Kinsman, the current work area from Wilsonville Road to Barber. So our pipe is completely installed. The contractor with some of their crews are working on some minor appurtenances to that pipeline to finish that off. The contractor did a first go at the temporary paving. We with the city have kind of found that unacceptable and basically issued a notice of basically it's defective work. And so we understand from the contractor, they're going to come back. They're meeting with the paving subcontractor next week to come in and do a better job with that temp paving in places along Kinsman Road. So as we know more about those details, we'll be able to pass those on to staff. And again, like with 95th, that future restoration work is going to likely follow in the spring, summer timeframe. Again, dependent on, the contractor schedules and delays and other things. And with that concrete paving will also be the truck turn lane that will go from Wilsonville to the northbound lane on Kinsman. So I'm sure Squire Coca-Cola will really appreciate that, as well as finishing the remaining intersection improvements. Go ahead, Eric. So I think at this point, the next couple slides, Eric will first introduce himself and then explain our public outreach.
My mute didn't work. Hello, my name is Eric Ward, and I am the program project manager for the PLM 1.0 project. That's basically the pipeline that Mike was showing in a previous slide that goes through Wilsonville. I've been on the project since 2017 and we'll see it through to the end. In a previous presentation at council, we described the outreach program to you. And since then, we have continued to work with Bill Evans and other city staff to update the Boones Ferry Messenger and the city's website. We also update our website monthly and send out communications related to construction to anyone who signed up on our email distribution list. Of all the activities that we show here on this slide, probably the most significant is the one-on-one project briefings with the affected property owners, the businesses, and the local service providers. Our outreach efforts went into full swing just as the pandemic started in 2020. We were challenged with how we would handle meeting requests during that lockdown. So just like everybody else, we decided to have our meetings online using Zoom and Microsoft Teams, and this provided the most productive way to handle the one-on-one information sharing. We were able to meet with multiple people within an organization from across the country with no travel required. And afterward, we shared project schedules, maps, and traffic control plans so that they could use for their planning. Excuse me as I try to advance the slide. Whoops. Sorry about this. All right. For this slide, we met with the businesses that you see here more than once for each one of them. And this included 5 meetings with our public services, ongoing biweekly meetings with the Bonneville Power Administration, multiple meetings with Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, Smart Transit, and businesses along Southwest 95th, Kinsman, and Ritter Road. And through these meetings, we were able to coordinate temporary driveway accesses, optional on-site and off-site parking, and new routes for the large truck deliveries. For example, for Swire Coca-Cola, we decided to temporarily widen their main driveway for easier truck access while we construct our pipeline. And they temporarily rerouted some of their 200 daily delivery trucks to reduce the traffic impact on Kinsman Road where we were building our pipeline. And to kind of discuss our public outreach going forward from here on out for the remaining year plus of construction. We're as a project construction is completed, we will continue our outreach communications in a phased approach, primarily focused on the temporary and permanent paving that we've been talking about. And for each road segment, and we are restoring the roads, we'll communicate with the businesses as we've done with Southwest Kinsman Avenue businesses and their property owners before temporary paving occurs. And then we will also put a plan in place to communicate with property owners before the permanent restoration is underway. And our communications with the property owners and businesses include emailing notifications, announcing what we're doing next monthly and sometimes even more often than that. And we also field calls and emails from them when we send those notifications. We also commonly invite them to meet with us, and they request those meetings as well. And then we also have in place a plan for handling complaints that come in from the public. And some of them arrive through the City of Wilsonville staff, but the vast majority of them come directly to the Willamette Water Supply Program. And when needed, our construction management staff will meet with the business owners and the property managers to allay their concerns or to deal with whatever issue, whether it's a truck access or problems with the temporary access that we have put in place. We also follow up with the Wilsonville staff to let them know that how we resolve the issues and the complaints, the ones that they received, and we also the ones that we received, that we let them know about. So when the property owner for Shredding Systems Incorporated emailed City Council and the Willamette Water Supply Program, I immediately got back to him. I'd met with him in person previously, and I thought that he was on our email distribution list. And although other folks in his company were on the distribution list, he had not received the schedule updates that we provide. And he's now been added to our email updates, and I will also reach out to him weekly to talk to him about the restoration of 95th so that he understands what's going on and when. And also future one-on-one outreach efforts include meetings with our public services as we coordinate the construction in Ritter Road that will impact their recycling hauling. In a nutshell, we're going to continue our outreach efforts. It is a priority of ours for completing a successful project.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Just a couple last slides here, and then we'll wrap it up and be open for questions. But I guess one, we do appreciate the successful partnership we have had with Wilsonville with that Kinsman Road section, where again the new section of road got put in while our pipeline was installed. That was actually the first pipeline that went into the ground for us. Likewise with the Garden Acres project, that really serves to open up some development area for the city of Wilsonville. And then the last example here, and you can go ahead and advance it, Eric, it relates to our raw water facilities. And so again, this is the work being done down at the water treatment plant for Wilsonville, where we both use the same intake into the river. And so what you see here is a picture of some of the work going on to seismically upgrade the slope adjacent to the river, because without that, following a major earthquake like the Cascadia subduction zone, modeling suggests that that bank is going to move, the pump station is going to break, and it's not going to be operational. And so we spent a lot of money upgrading that, seismically upgrading the building, the intake, everything that really benefits both of us to start our water supplies. And so again, we appreciate working with Wilsonville, their staff, and the patience that they've given us. And it is our priority to get done with this work as soon as we can, and we want to leave behind something that Wilsonville is going to be very acceptable to Wilsonville. You know, and I'll just say one last thing, that additional curb and sidewalk that we're doing along 95th, that wasn't anticipated. It wasn't in our bid documents. We talked to staff about it. Really, the contractor couldn't anticipate it. And so the program is just doing that as additional improvements because that's kind of the right thing to do. So I'll leave it at that and open it up to any questions or comments that you might have.
Well, thank you very much for coming to meet with us and updating us as close as we could to being in person with this storm situation. Before I start, I wanted to, because we're on Zoom here, I want to go to the city manager. Do we have people on Zoom who have questions at this point, or should I wait till the next section?
I would wait till public comment, Mayor.
Okay.
Do it all then.
Okay. So at this point, do members of our city council have any questions? Council President Akkerval.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the information. I think this is really important for council to hear and broader Wilsonville community too. You know, I think I know that you're aware of the emails that we've received and concerns from the community. I wonder if you could go back to the slide that had some of the timeline details. That was especially helpful to see kind of, you know, what we're looking at there. It was earlier in the slideshow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It takes it. There's like a
That's
weird
right.
sort
There's
of
the lag.
delay.
There's the lag. Okay.
I don't know why. Okay.
That's okay. And
It's-
the night, yeah. This was good. So encouraging to see pipeline complete 95%. I mean, that's encouraging, right? To see those figures. I think for community members, the street, the paving thing, I mean, that's very apparent. That's their lived experience is the street part, right? So
right.
that becomes a pain point for people. And I'm curious, what was the original timeline for these segments? I'm sure we're going to hear from our community members if we don't, but can you help us remember what those original timelines were for these segments?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Eric to, he's closer to those numbers. I don't know them off the top of my head. I guess I'll start though with, you know, overall, which doesn't address those people who have to deal with 95th, right? So I get that. Overall, our contractor is on schedule. We anticipate, you know, them finishing on time. They constantly, and it's quite typical where we don't direct what they do between the start date and the end date. That's just common practice unless there's a really good reason to have a constraint. So we put a constraint in, for example, for Ritter Road because we had a lot of coordination with BPA. And so we wanted to make sure that that went well. And so with that said, there's a plus and a minus to that. So it allows a contractor to employ good construction thinking, which did actually happen on this. And so they were advocating doing the section of pipe installation along Kinsman in the fall when the groundwater is lowest, which is the perfect time to do it. Otherwise, they would be fighting groundwater. It would be much more of a mess on Kinsman, and it just would have drug out. So that's an example where that's a benefit of allowing a contractor to kind of be responsible. In this case, when all these things come up, and also the contractor hasn't always done a great job meeting what they said they're going to do schedule wise, it just becomes problematic. And unfortunately, that's happening on 95th here. And again, it's regrettable to us and it's not what we intended. And, you know, we had we had perfect designs, it would have been anticipated and we likely would have been done. But, you know, that's not the world we live in. And so, but Eric, I don't know if you can specifically address, you know, what were those original timelines?
So, for instance, the Southwest 95th, the one that's currently needs to be temporarily paved, when I met with the original met originally with property owners. Many times I talked about a 7-month time frame for that road portion. Kinsman, I estimated, we all estimated about 6 months to get that done, partly because of the curves. There's some tricky pipeline laying that goes on there. And then on Ritter Road, I spoke to, when we're dealing with some that's in the future, this summer, and that there's a lot of work with the BPA on that one. I anticipated 7 months for Ritter Road as well. And then the contractor's schedule didn't fall too far from that. A lot of the time when we were meeting with the property owners is before we even had the contractor schedule. We were way advanced. We were in advance. We were in the design so that we could give enough notice to the property owners so that they could plan for us. So anyway.
Well,
Yeah, so I'm curious though, then like and you had a good image in one of the slides where you had the pictures of the postcards that go out, and some of those pieces that are trying to communicate to people, but there's dates on those postcards. So where do those dates come from?
They come from our project estimates throughout the life of the program on all the pipeline segments, 30 miles with length, and I'm dealing with 1/10 of that with our 3.3 miles in Wilsonville. That comes through our scheduling over time and updating the scheduling as projects get it completed. And so we're always adjusting that schedule based on, and even during design, before we're even let out the construction, we run into issues such as groundwater that has benzene in it and things like that we have to take care of, that cost that take months for us to take care of. Mm-hmm. So those original dates on these cards, they came from our master schedule during design. And then once we have the contractor schedule, we work this contractor schedule dates.
Yeah, so once we're into construction, it's really the contractor who owns the schedule and owns kind of the means and methods to get it done. Now, if there's problems, we can, do things to direct them, and which we're doing in some cases here. But normally it's usually up to the contractor to figure out what is the best way to execute the work given all the conditions and constraints from the required start and finish dates.
Okay, it looks like Councilor Linville has a question, so I'll let her jump in here. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Linville.
Well, my question was very similar. Thank you for the update and the presentation, and I think the discussion about timelines is important to us, because we, in addition to the conversations that you have, we have conversations with our citizens as well. So one of the things that would be helpful, I think, to me, is that we don't, as the council, always see the postcards and the communications that go out. So when we get questions about, well, how long is it going to take? When is the anticipated date for Beckman to Hillman to be done, or 95th to Peters? It's difficult I feel really uncomfortable saying, well, it's just in the future. That's what we're told. It's just in the future. Is there a way that the council could have better updates about when the anticipated times are, and if those timelines get changed, so that we have some better information and we kind of know maybe what's going out to the public as well? So that's my question.
Yeah, it's great question, great observation. And Eric, we need to definitely work with staff to figure out how all of the information that we create that gets sent out, that appropriately gets sent to the council as well. So we can work with that. A great observation, and Actually, I'm almost surprised that we're not doing that, but yeah, a great observation. And then, you know, if there's other things that would be useful, whether it's regular updates or, you know, whatever's that right form, we're more than happy to provide any kind of updates that the mayor and the council would appreciate. So.
Well, thank you. I think I'm thinking back to some of our earlier meetings. We did have some really in-depth discussions about communication about this quite a while ago. And I took a photo of I had a postcard on my bulletin board for quite a while. I took it down. Now it's in another part of my house. I can't get to it. But I think it said, it might have been one of those that I saw the backhoe on, that this project, you know, came to my house, would be completed in August. So it was good to send it out, but again, how do we, I think we're gonna need to add another step to that. And when there's a postcard that says a completion date, which I understand is the original completion date, I think it would be good to say estimated, and I think you had it as a footnote on one of these slides. Always have if we could, an asterisk that says these things can change due to unknown conditions. You know, and telling people stories, giving them some of this information, and maybe it's on the website, but I think we as a council need to have that more often. And I would like to ask for you to meet with us at least quarterly.
Sure.
And go through this kind of a discussion. And I really appreciate that you're meeting, as you've described, with all of these property owners one-on-one. I actually drive on 95th as often as I can. I want to compliment you on, you know, it goes, that is my main route, because I just always want to see how it's going. And it is making progress. It changes, you know, I can see it's making progress. And I've always had very good experience with the safety management of the, you know, the flaggers and everyone. And I've even walked up until where I see, wait, I should turn around and go the other way. I bet they don't want me there. But you're, you know, a lot has been accomplished, and I appreciate all of that. But could we schedule quarterly meetings, and then could I ask for something to be sent out? I mean, maybe you've already said this, and I'm asking again, so sorry if this is a repeat. But are you doing a comprehensive checking back in with people about just letting you know that we found this fiber optic cable that was 15 feet below where, you know, all these things that you've described that you've had to mitigate? It makes a lot of sense. And I've worked on projects like this too, where I've done my fundraising for capital projects, and, you know, they'll discover something underground that is just completely unanticipated. And I know it can set a project back several months and cost a couple million extra. And nobody could have predicted that at the beginning. I think people need to hear more about that kind of a thing so we can understand, and then also hear, and therefore, here are things we're doing to pick up the pace or do the temporary paving.
Right. Yeah, I'll let Eric, if you want to, there's anything specifically you want to comment on how we have communicated any of that information, and maybe it's just, you know, with specific business owners perhaps, but is there anything you can comment on that?
Yeah, well, so one way we do it is when we do the monthly email updates that speak to, we ran into a utility very briefly speaks
Okay,
to,
so you're
we ran
already
into,
doing that. Okay.
yeah, but we also, we sort of prioritize property owners around that. For instance, if we do run into a utility, we prioritize property owners to let them know one-on-one, some of them, some of it's just us emailing them directly, just them, to let them know that something's going to take longer or that something's different. And it's all ways, basically everything on that list, but mainly direct email and some phone calls. And we always, anytime where they ask us to meet, we meet. we always do.
Okay, well,
So-
that's great. I appreciate that.
One more thing I'd just like to convey. It looks like Councilor Linville has a comment too, but what it's got to be probably really frustrating for people for construction projects in general is if you don't understand how they work, about a third of the time is all administrative. You know, it's the behind the scenes, it's the submittals, it's the reviews, it's negotiations. You know, in the case, it's a little bit more challenging in this case because we're directing a contractor, but we're having them do work on the behalf of the city. And we want to make sure that the product that we end up with is something the city is going to be really, you know, favorable to the city. And so there's that extra administrative step. And unless you've gone through a project, you're just not aware of it. And it might seem like we're not doing anything when actually there is a ton of work going on
Oh, yeah.
behind the scenes.
You're definitely doing something.
Yeah.
Counselor Linville.
So I guess my question really is, I mean, we don't need, I mean, I don't need to know, you know, kind of the weekly email kind of things, but I'm wondering, Zach, if you get those and you know if there's a significant issue that has arisen that's going to make a significant impact on the timeline or whatever else, are you getting those? And is it possible? I mean, what's the best way for us to kind of, you know, just kind of a memo or something that says, or an update that says, you know, this is going on, and just so you know, this is a significant impact on the project, it's being mitigated, blah, 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 but it may result in delays or something that we could have so that would be helpful in our responses.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we get the monthly reports. We have a staff person that attends the construction meetings. I think getting the schedule has been difficult on this project. As Mike mentioned, that having their contractor stick to the schedule has not been consistent on this project. So that part has been a challenge, to get like accurate dates of when things are going to happen. It's constantly changing. So I don't know if Mike or Eric, if you want to speak more to that, but
yeah,
it's something I guess I would need to think about what we could do that would be beneficial for council.
And yeah, and we should think about that kind of outside of this meeting with city staff, Zach and others, and see if there's a something else that we should do that would be more beneficial than kind of the standard mailings that we send out. So we can definitely work on that. And I guess, you know, we're doing about 15 projects right now, all at the same time. And the specifications that we have are essentially no different than any other pipelines. You know, each contractor just kind of has their nuances, and there's things they're good at, there's other things they're not so good at, and you know, hitting schedules on some of the details, you know, that have been conveyed by this contractor aren't as good as comparatively some of the other contractors. And so anyway, they're doing quality work at the end of the day for us and the city. But the schedule part has been frustrating and challenging for us as well. And again, we're trying to, you know, drive this thing to completion as quickly and thoroughly as we can.
Is there anything that we can do, that our voice can do to help with that?
I appreciate the offer. I think it's helpful to get your feedback and input. I think we can take this and we can make sure the contractor understands these things. So I think we can but I do appreciate the offer.
Well,
I'd like to share this portion of the YouTube video with them as well.
yeah, I would be more than happy to meet with them. And I
them
appreciate that
know.
they are doing quality work. And I think that one of the biggest things that I'm hearing is that there are a lot of changes, is what I've heard. And so and you're making an effort to communicate with the people that need to be communicated with, which I really appreciate. But I think we need to hear from the contractor that they are going to change the approach and know that we need to have more accurate timelines delivered to our staff, who will then deliver those timelines to us. And then we will want to hear a quarterly report on how that's going. Thank you.
I could say from the city staff, we're releasing, portions of the permit and placing conditions on portions of the work. So we're not releasing any more of those segments of pipeline until Kinsman Road has been repaired and until the temporary paving on 95th is done.
Okay.
Roads are back open. So
Kind
that
of
remaining portion
concentrating the effort, yeah.
Yeah, those remaining portion on 95th and that section on Ritter Road, those aren't going to start until some of these things have been taken care of. And that's really what, that's really the only influence we have is what work can we release. So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate everyone's time in this discussion because I have faith that this will have an influence, and we'll look forward to hearing back from you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for
And
having us.
stay safe. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, that brings us now to our citizen input and community announcements section of our meeting. And this is an opportunity for visitors to address the council on any matter concerning the city's business or any matter over which the council has control. It is also the time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and the city council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens' input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes and use the raise hand feature of Zoom to let us know you would like to provide comments. So I will ask the city manager, of course, to guide me on who is there because I can't see any of them.
I'm going to ask Zoe to do that because she has in control of the chat features there. So I think she's asking people to raise their hands if they wish to speak.
Okay.
And I do believe we have someone from the HBA that filled out a speaker card.
Yes, and I have a letter here, by the way, that I just saw in my email, and the other counselors may have it also, from Preston Korst, Director of Public Policy and Government Affairs. A letter.
And
So,
he's here and ready to speak, Mayor.
We'll start with Mr. Korst, and if you would state your name and affiliation.
All right, I think I'm queued up. There was a bit of a question. Are you guys ready for me?
Yep, we even see you. You're even visible.
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate you taking the time. And I appreciate, and apologies for getting the initial communication to you guys so late. There was a bit of, as you can imagine, snow delayed more than one thing for folks in our industry. But I appreciate you taking the time to hear me out. So my name is Preston Korst. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Home Building Association of Greater Portland. I represent, and I'm the local representative for HBA. So I work in 6 different counties in 40 cities and within the Metro's jurisdiction. So that obviously keeps me very busy. But I'm here today to try and shed a little bit of light. First, to thank you for being the City of Wilsonville, for being a long-term partner for our members in the home building community, from urban growth boundary decisions to localized urban infill policies to overall land development, design, and funding opportunities that you guys are known for. There are 2 things that we want to express a little bit of concern for and see if City Council would be willing to direct staff to reassess essentially and take another look at. They're essentially revolving around 2 fee increases for single family detached homes and other products as well. The first of which is the Parks SDC fee increase, which went into effect, essentially doubled fees from 7,000 to 14,000 a unit, starting in January 1st, 2024. The second of which is the Frog Pond West infrastructure fee, which apparently due to mostly inflationary costs and pressures, that fee has gone from about, I think it was 28 or so thousand to about 35,000. So essentially in a matter of 2 weeks, the cost to build a home in Wilsonville has increased by about $14,000. And we just wanted to express our concern and say, hey, that's a big increase, especially for projects that are in the pipeline in the development pipeline right now. A lot of builders operate on pro formas that were established a year or 2 ago or more. And essentially wanted to just call out the fact that the city of Wilsonville's per unit fees for SDCs and fees in just 2 years has jumped about 53%, from about $70,000 to over $100,000 a unit. So what we're hoping to do, and we want to appreciate staff's willingness to engage with us and our members. We did have a preliminary meeting to express our concern and sort of try and get a better understanding of the fees. We are hoping that staff, and I've communicated with a couple members already today on staff, but we were hoping that council would give them direction to take another look and see if these fees might be phased in for a time and perhaps exempted if projects were applied for prior to, say, July of last year. So that projects that are currently in the process of being built or submitted through the application process aren't adversely affected and can remain viable. And essentially this would result in greater housing affordability for the city of Wilsonville and for the city's residents. So I will stop there. I'm happy to take any questions you might have, but again, want to thank you and staff for hearing us out.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Korst. I did want to ask, if I understand you've been speaking with the city manager. Before we ask questions, would it be useful for us to hear some from the city manager?
I'll let the city manager respond to that.
Is Chris Namsu in this chat feature?
Yes, I've just promoted him.
All right.
I think it would be helpful to give us some context if that's all right, Councilor Linville.
Yeah, I think we gave quite a bit of context via email in response to the initial request, but we have had some internal conversations about things that we reasonably could do. And I'll let Chris kind of highlight those for you right now.
I think everyone must be on the internet. My internet has been really slow, so Chris should be appearing soon.
Hopefully it's not power outages.
I think Zoe is promoting him to panelist.
My apologies, Mayor Fitzgerald and council. Sorry, I just getting things organized here. Apologize for my hair. I've been outside tonight, and so I'm not ready for this. And I apologize about not being ready for this because I've been sitting here watching and didn't think I was coming on TV. So
sorry, your hair looks.
I will turn off my computer, at least my screen, my video. So sorry, you saw what state I'm in. That's the best I got. But correspondence with Mr. Korst at the Home Builders Association staff is definitely showing some willingness to try to provide some accommodations. We provided the council with a written summary of all the events that occurred up to this point, and my evaluation of that situation is that the staff followed all of the appropriate measures that were a part of the noticing requirements. However, we are truly partners in our home building, and we understand the difficulties that Mr. Korst is describing. A couple of things that staff has had some internal meetings over the last 2 weeks about would include things like stepping in the increase over a period of time, doing a portion of the fee now and a portion of the fee later. Another idea for the Frog Pond fee would be to collect that at a later point in time. Currently, it's required to be paid at issuance of the building permit. The staff is comfortable in moving that time frame to a framing inspection that's later in the process. That would be several months down the line. So that would afford a considerable amount of time and allow the builders to be able to organize themselves to be able to accommodate that fee. So those were two things that staff was very comfortable in bringing forward to the city council, and we could do so at the February 19th meeting, bring a resolution forward that provided a spirit of partnership, some reasonable accommodations in the city, showing that spirit of partnership by trying to do some small but reasonable things that we think would benefit our home building partners. So hopefully that's helpful context.
Thank you, Chris. And I just wanted to clarify that city council meeting is on February 22nd.
That's right. Correct. Second meeting.
And so in terms of, just to summarize, for people listening, could you just briefly summarize what you described as the many steps in terms of providing notice? And we've had earlier meetings about the reasons for these fees. Is that okay? Okay.
The Parks Department ran a process for the Parks SDC update that was consistent with the statute. It included notification of the Home Builders Association as well as all of the local home builders that are in our community. We tried to do a very good job of reaching out and trying to provide that communication early and frequently, providing ample opportunity for input. We have required public meetings. We have required notifications under the Oregon statute that involve providing written notifications. We have a courtesy meeting, and upon adoption, the council was faced with a choice of going to the full legally defensible amount, which would have been a significantly larger amount of money than what was actually adopted with the ordinance. The ordinance came in at about $14,000. I believe the legally defensible amount was upwards of $25,000 per home. This particular SDC has not been increased since 2008. So it's beyond time for it to be increased. And Mr. Ammerman and his team took that through the process, checked all the boxes. So it's unfortunate that we find ourselves at this point in time facing these types of complaints and criticism and concerns when we reached out and we did not receive any particular input from the association or from any of the members at the time that we went through the process. I believe there was actually no input provided, which to us means that there aren't concerns. The council even went as far as delaying the actual implementation of that SDC by an additional 120 days, creating another 4-month delay in the implementation timeline. So excuse me, again, my review of the situation would be that the boxes were checked, the statutes were met, the legal notifications were satisfied. However, again, in the spirit of partnerships and recognizing the impact that this can have on the cost of new homes and homes in the process and home buyers, the staff wants to be a supportive partner and would be able, upon council's direction, to find reasonable accommodations for that. Regarding the fee for the Frog Pond fee, that is included in development agreements for each of the subdivisions in Frog Pond West. And so each of the developers signs a development agreement that outlines the fact that the fee can be increased twice a year, recognizes that we are only in this because we are doing infrastructure on behalf of the development community. And so those are all things to consider and keep in mind as well as we go forward. But again, moving that point in time from issuance of the permit to the point of the framing inspection is probably 3 to 4 months in my estimation, which again is just another accommodation. It's a reasonable accommodation, however, because the city wouldn't be foregoing any revenue under that particular scenario. We would be collecting the full amount. It would be slightly delayed. The reason that the city cannot forego revenue on the particular fee, like a stepping, like you can do on the SDC, is because we are under construction with a real project that has a shortfall on the budget. So we need to be sure that we're collecting the appropriate share and not burdening future projects for the community. So hopefully that, I'm sorry for such a long answer.
No, I really
Mayor
appreciate
Fitzgerald.
that, Chris, and I'm gonna ask for one more.
Okay.
One more kind of overview, if you could just briefly tell me, just say, for the people who don't come to these meetings a lot, why is an SDC, service development charge, why does it exist on new projects?
Right. So systems development charges, there are 5 of them that the city collects from all new development that occurs across the community. There's a systems fee for water, sewer, streets, stormwater, and parks and recreation. And that systems fee is intended specifically for development to pay its proportionate share of the required improvements that the city needs to build to make a wonderful city, to make an incredible place. We need parks in our neighborhoods. So this is the developer paying house by house their proportionate share of the required infrastructure that our community needs in order to be livable and the wonderful place that it is.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I've got Councilor Linville with a question, and then our city attorney. Or comment or something.
Did we lose Mr. Korst? Is he no longer with us?
No, it's because it's public comment. He gets 3 minutes. It's not meant to be a Q&A, but if you want to re-promote him to panelist to ask him a question, I could have Zoe do that.
Well, I do have one. I do have just one question.
Okay.
Hello again.
Hi, thank you for coming back. I appreciate that you're here, and I appreciate that you've worked with our staff, and that it looks like there might be some opportunities. I am just a little confused about why it is that it's almost been a year, February of last year, again in May, again in June, and again in August, when HBA was notified of and invited to participate. And why was it that there was no participation at that point?
Yeah,
at those points.
Yeah, it's a great question, and from my records anyway, I think we were notified in the May or June timeframe, and that usually is normal. The 90-day notice is when we get a letter or something like that, at which point we can investigate further. And I'll be completely blunt with you guys here. And again, I mentioned that I work in about 25 to 40 active cities within our region, and each of which charges an SDC or 4 or 5. So we don't necessarily have the option to track as many of these discussions as we would have liked. So there's a capacity issue, but there's also, it's unfortunate that I think the top 4 or 5 builders, single family home builders in Wilsonville, did not know themselves. So, and I talked to their division presidents, and I talked to their permitting staff, and none of them essentially were aware. So I think there's work to be done on our part for sure. But oftentimes builders are operating in multiple jurisdictions, and staff are mostly out in the field, and there's a lot of other things that they're doing. So it's hard for them to be paying attention to emails, each one that comes by from multiple government jurisdictions. But that's not any excuse. I think the biggest question for us is the timing of these fees. And again, we're fully supportive of local jurisdictions' ability and desire and need really to charge SDC fees. We're fully supportive of that. I think we're just concerned about the timing and the rationale, especially for the infrastructure fee. That one seemed to come more out of nowhere than and I believe the Parks one anyway. So that's a long-winded answer saying a little bit of everything.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amanda Guile Hinman, our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think Chris gave a really good summary. I wanted to make one clarification in case it wasn't clear on the infrastructure fee. Is what staff have discussed is that the delay would only be on the increased portion. So the portion that the home builders have already committed to paying because they have signed these development agreements, that portion would still be due at issuance of building permit. But what we could talk about doing is delaying the payment of the increased cost until the framing inspection, which, as Chris mentioned, adds a few months deferral of that payment. So I just wanted to provide that clarification that there still will be some of that fee that's being paid at issuance of building permit. And I also just wanted to further clarify, I believe our park staff is sending this over right now. My understanding is not only did our building division staff communicate to the home builders who were actively seeking building permits about upcoming increases, including the Parks SDC, but I believe that the local home builders that are active in our community were invited to the open house that was held on the Parks SDC. So I do want to say, the staff really did do an effort to try and reach out to our local home builders who are active in our community as well.
Right. Thank you very much. And I remember, we care. I know I care. I talk to other counselors as well about our business economy, and we build a lot of people, home builders. Builders are very active in Wilsonville. I shouldn't say we build them because they're the ones who are building them. And for many decades, this has been, as I think Mr. Korsh said, a place where a lot of homes have been added to the region in Wilsonville. And when we talked about the study and the questions about the parks SDCs, I remember we heard feedback that the infrastructure that is here in Wilsonville, the types of parks, the look, the sidewalks, the complete streets, is part of getting a house sold. And so that's the community that we've heard our people want, and we, for over the evolution of time, that is the kind of neighborhood that we see in Wilsonville. And it doesn't come, none of these things are free. It does contribute to, and I hope it continues to do, effective home sales so that the home builders will see continued good sales of their homes and continued success for the builders and continued great neighborhoods for the people to live in, so that it just, this is what we're doing. And I look to see more good success from the work of the design of these neighborhoods to keep the demand for the housing sales up, which contributes to the successful business. And I do understand and heard about all of the different efforts of notice that went out by our Parks Department. Appreciate that. And I think the council was pretty diligent in making sure that the word was out there. Councilor Linville.
Your Honor, I appreciate your comments. I recall specifically asking that question when we were addressing our the question about increases in the SDCs, and I specifically asked the question: have our local builders been notified? I think it's very gracious of the city to try to find accommodations if there are possible, and in stepping in the increases over time, or collecting that increased portion at a later time during the building process. And So I want to commend our staff for being willing to do that, and recognizing that we do appreciate that the home builders are a partner for us. And I look forward to our February 22nd meeting, when we will be able to hear what those accommodations might be.
Thank you. Very well said. I appreciate your comments as well. And we've got a lot going on for that February 22nd meeting, and we want our home builder partners to be successful and look forward to talking more about that. If there are no further comments, we will move on to counselor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements. Except, wait, I think there might need to stop and ask. Do we have more people waiting to make comments?
It does not appear so.
Okay, because I can't tell. All right, thank you. That brings us to Council President Akkerval.
Thank you. Let's see, since our last council meeting, I have just a few things to note on. I attended actually the CIS, their board meeting, because which was held in Wilsonville, because they are building a new facility that will be in Wilsonville along Wilsonville Road. And the portion of the board meeting that I attended was talking about this new building and looking at some of the designs and talking about what the use of the building will be and desires. And they would like this to, of course, house their staff and operations, but also serve as a training facility for some of the training programs that they do. So it could be a building that, you know, many people in local government and elected positions across different cities would come to. And of course, we would welcome to have those partners in our city, and the learning that.
I was just going to ask if you could explain the acronym.
Oh, what CIS is. I did not cover that. No, and now I need to come up with the acronym. Perhaps staff can help me.
City and County Insurance Services, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so they provide insurance for City of Wilsonville, as for many cities, and have a strong partnership relationship with League of Oregon Cities. The executive director for League of Oregon Cities sits on the board. So does that kind of help give background on who CIS is and the type of people that may be coming to that training facility as well, and what they would be learning about. So that was interesting. And I also last week, well, we all participated in the Civics Academy, and that's always a great opportunity and an honor to go and speak with these members of our community that have declared interest in learning more about their city, and perhaps finding additional ways to be involved and just deepen their understanding of operations of the city, of some of our staff members, things like that. So it was a good time with them just last week. And that also brings me around, because now let's see, is this, staff could probably help me, this is the 5th or 6th cohort. Staff may come up with that number in some time or not. But I believe it's somewhere in that ballpark.
You're talking about when Civic Academy started? That I think was in 2015.
Yeah, I think you were the original.
I was the original. So actually now we all have to do math. 2015, this is more than 5th or 6th. This is like a long time. Yeah. So we've had many cohorts of the Civics Academy. You're right. Thank you, Councilor Berry. And we also now have which means that there's a lot of alumni to that program. And now there's the 2.0 Civics Academy version, which is just an opportunity periodically to have people that have completed that program that, you know, have shown an interest in the city, a way for them to kind of continue in the learning journey. And they're focused on a specific topic. And the next one is January 24th, 6 p.m. at City Hall. And again, that's for any of you all Civics Academy folk that interested in learning something additional, and it will be about urban renewal. So I think the emails have been sent out to participants, which are now numerous of that program. It's terrific. And I think that is it for me for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Linville.
I always forget to unmute myself. Thank you, Mayor. So on the 10th of January, I attended the opioid settlement board. And at that meeting, the board decided to set aside 30% of all of the funds that are coming into the state that will be retained by the state and not distributed to cities or counties. That 30% of all of the funds over the next remaining years of the settlement will go to the tribes. And so that once those monies are starting to go to them, they will work together to decide what the distribution, the allocation of those funds will be. They have to be utilized in concert with the federal regulations, and so that was pretty much our whole meeting. On the 11th of January, I participated with our city attorney and our city manager and our community group on the opioid awareness community group. And joining us at that meeting was April Heron, who many of the members of the council will recall came to the city council with one of her partners. She is a public health senior program coordinator with Clackamas County Public Health. And it was really great to have her participation with us because she brought with her the information about the county resources. I think that group is energized, and I'm really excited about hopefully coming back within a month or so, maybe 2 months, to bring back to the council so the recommendations on how our funding will be spent. The next meeting we're thinking about will be in March, and the groups are coming, the participants are coming back with plans with dollar figures attached to them. So I'm excited about where that's going. On the 25th, I will be, as several of the other council members, participating in the Clackamas Cities Association dinner, which will be in Canby, and that is always a really good event for us to get together with our other elected officials at that within the cities in Clackamas County. And then our Winterfest, our employee Winterfest, has been rescheduled, and it's going to be on the 26th of January. And then on the 30th, I will attend my first Aurora Airport planning advisory committee. And at that meeting, we are going to review the working paper number 1 and the FAA approved forecast. So I'm going to work, excuse me, I need a little drink water. I'm going to work with our staff to look at those documents before that meeting. And then I will participate with the rest of the group that will be on our sister city celebration visit departing on the 2nd of February. That's my report.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Berry.
Thank you. So I also attended the Civics Academy last week with the other city councilors, and I just think that's such a wonderful program. I'd really like to commend Zoe Mombert for leading it and putting together a great program. Like we mentioned earlier, Council President Ackerville and I were in the original program, and it just gives you such a great introduction to all the different departments that the city has and what we do, and a great program. Anyway, so let's see, yesterday I attended the Clackamas C4 subcommittee, and we spent a lot of time talking about the TriMet transportation plan. And then we also talked about the Forward Together 2.0 program that's going to build on the TriMet's Forward Together 1.0 program. And then the other discussions that we had was on the EPA Climate Solution Reduction Program, and they're going to be offering a grant. And I'm not I've reached out to Chris Manso, and it sounds like that might be some opportunities for us to apply, but I'm not sure if we're really going to be pursuing that. But it's a resource that should be looked at. It's to reduce the greenhouse gases in the United States, and in particular in the Wilsonville, Oregon area. So that's exciting. Let's see. Coming up next week, I'm also planning on attending the Canby dinner and then attending the program for the sister cities in Japan in early February. That's my report.
Thank you, Counselor Berry. I really appreciate all that. And I'm going to take the liberty of adding to my mayor's report a little bit because I was moving really fast to try to catch us up. But I wanted to just again reflect on the effects of the storm on some of our neighboring cities and how serious that was. Trees, apparently a lot of this had to do with saturation of the ground, but you may have read in the paper that in Lake Oswego, I think 50 trees went down. Houses were damaged. People were hurt. I know one person lost their life in Lake Oswego, and it's just a devastating time for our communities. And we may be hearing about ways to help people who have suffered those effects. I also wanted to talk about the trip to Kitakata and how I forwarded an email to the council today that I received from Ms. Megumi Dote, who is with the equivalent of their Chamber of Commerce and Industry there. And they have arranged a very good next step in one of our goals in this sister city relationship, which has been economic development and just understanding, what are some great next steps that may be in the future for Wilsonville and Oregon and Kitakata and Japan out of these relationships. We are one of, I believe, 28 sister cities. Anyway, one of the things that they just notified us about is that they have developed one day for us, which is essentially like a business fair, so to speak. So we will be able to meet people who have these I would call them flagship business interests in the Kitakata agricultural region that are really important to them, including their sake brewing, their ramen production. There is we're going to meet somebody who has a Kitakata franchise, Kitakata ramen franchises in the United States. We will be hearing from them. And then one of the most exciting things, we have to go very far to see this, is going to be very interesting, is we are going to meet with one of the significant importers of Oregon hazelnuts. in Japan and hear more about that and learn more about that. So I'm excited about that. And I appreciate the members of our volunteer Sister City Committee that have decided that they also will go, and they've taken, it's a big investment on their part to go along on this trip and represent Wilsonville. We really appreciate that they are, and we appreciate we are being hosted by our colleagues in Kitakata as we hosted them. So it's going to be very interesting, and I'm quite a fan of our agricultural industry in Oregon. So I'm excited to see our Oregon hazelnuts featured in that Kitakata region. So with that, we will move to our consent agenda, and I would like to ask the city attorney to read the items on the agenda, please.
Resolution number 3039, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute the intergovernmental agreement with Clackamas County relating to the Stafford 65th Elgin Roundabout project. Resolution number 3076, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Wilsonville pertaining to with the City of Wilsonville Urban Renewal Agency pertaining to a short-term urban renewal debt for the Coffee Creek Plan District for the purpose of funding the construction of capital improvement project by the agency. Resolution number 3107, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a development agreement with Venture Properties, Inc. regarding the funding and construction of the Beckman Creek Regional Trail and associated Beckman Creek Trailhead Park in the Frog Pond Terrace subdivision. Resolution number 3108, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute the intergovernmental agreement with Washington County for design of public utility improvements on Basalt Creek Parkway. Resolution number 3109, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing acquisition of the fifth group of property and property interests related to construction of the Beckman Road Corridor project, and minutes of the January 4, 2024 City Council meeting.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
I move to adopt the consent agenda
As read.
as read.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 4-0. That brings us to new business, resolution number 3099. And we have Mr. Lorenzen with our Economic Development Manager for a staff report. And we have a very thorough packet or a description of this program in our packet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald, Council President Ockervall, and the City Council. My name is Matt Lorenzen. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager. It's my pleasure to bring you Resolution 3099 tonight. As it reads in your staff report, the time we spend together here, the next few minutes, is really trying to answer the question included in that staff report. Does the council support the findings of the Town Center Urban Renewal Feasibility Study and adopt Resolution 3099, including final ballot language referring the question of Town Center urban renewal for an advisory vote on May 21st, 2024. What I will present in the next few minutes, you've probably heard in bits and pieces many times before. You've been briefed dozens of times over the past 5 years on all the content. I'm going to try and summarize as succinctly as I can. But as we lead up to a potential vote in May, it's important that the viewing public get this information as well in a succinct format. And so I hope I can do it justice, that we can have a discussion and take a vote on this important issue that we've been working towards for quite some time now. In May of 2019, after 2 years of thorough and equitable award-winning public outreach, the City Council adopted the Town Center Plan, which establishes a vision and policies for the future of this important area of Wilsonville to guide its development as a vibrant, walkable destination that inspires people to come together and socialize, shop, live, and work. Furthermore, the plan calls for active parks, civic spaces, and amenities that provide year-round community and cultural experiences within a built environment that is denser, taller, safer, more accessible, more efficient, and more compelling than today's town center. The vision is not the vision of staff or some private entity or other interest group. It is the vision of the Wilsonville community, as they expressed it in thousands of survey responses at over 100 community engagement activities. Since 2019, city staff has been diligently working to implement the plan, taking careful and thoughtful steps that will ensure success. In 2020, our engineering team made updates to the city's transportation system plan to adopt and incorporate transportation projects that are found in the town center plan. In 2020 and 21, the city staff, engineering staff led the community through the visioning process and the design process for the I-5 bike and pedestrian bridge and the plaza at its landing. In 2021, an appendix was added to the town center plan, which is the streetscape plan that will govern the local street network that we find in the town center plan. But we know that the town center plan and these studies that I'm telling you about, we find in them a realization that the vision and the realization of it will require both private and public investment, as well as unwavering commitment to the community's vision through proactive initiatives. In other words, the policies and the regulations that we find in our master plans is likely not sufficient on its own. In 2022, we completed an infrastructure funding plan for town center, and that demonstrated that public infrastructure projects contained in the town center plan will require a substantive and flexible funding source for their completion. The study concludes that urban renewal, also known as tax increment finance, may be the only tool powerful enough to bring these projects and the greater vision to fruition without raising taxes. Fortunately, Wilsonville has extensive experience and a track record of using urban renewal in other parts of the city with great success for the past 3 decades. Indeed, many of the parks, roads, amenities, and neighborhoods that make Wilsonville the highly livable city that we know today were made possible through the successful execution of the year 2000 and West Side urban renewal tax increment financing plans, which will both be closed, by the way, by the end of this fiscal year, having accomplished their respective community development goals and having increased the tax base dramatically in both cases. It's noteworthy and entirely coincidental that you voted to stop increment collections for the West Side plan or just earlier tonight during the Urban Renewal Agency meeting. In 2023, we engaged the Urban Renewal Task Force, a volunteer group of residents, stakeholders, especially impacted taxing districts, and subject matter experts. We worked with them and best-in-class consultants to undertake a detailed feasibility study of urban renewal as a potential funding source in town center. That study, now complete, lays out a clear framework for the responsible execution of a potential future town center urban renewal district, including a proposed boundary, blighted conditions to be remedied, funding capacity calculations, a list of projects, potential projects, impacts to taxing districts, and reasonable development projections that, if realized, will provide the tax increment required to finance the projects the community has asked for, including but not limited to construction of a new Main Street to establish a city center, bicycle and pedestrian improvements, including a bridge over I-5, parks, green spaces, and public gathering spaces, Wilsonville Road intersection pedestrian safety improvements, construction of local streets in partnership with private developers to provide greater connectivity, safety, and the infrastructure necessary to serve new development. Finally, relocating underground utilities where needed in order to allow for new development and redevelopment in the area. The Town Center Urban Renewal Feasibility Study is attached to tonight's resolution as Exhibit A. From a strictly legal standpoint, the council has everything it needs to begin the formal process to create a new urban renewal area by ordinance. But as a matter of precedent and tradition, though not required by city charter, the city council has historically asked Wilsonville voters for their support through an advisory vote whenever any new use of urban renewal is being proposed in the city. This city council, in similar fashion, has directed staff to prepare a resolution and ballot language in order to refer the question of the formation of a town center urban renewal district for an advisory vote based on the findings of the feasibility study. Tonight, we're here to discuss and consider Resolution 3099, which does just that. The proposed ballot language contained in Exhibit B to the resolution asks the voter, shall an urban renewal district be formed to fund infrastructure and facilitate new development in town center? If the council moves forward tonight, staff will be executing a strategic and multifaceted communication and community outreach plan in the coming months in order to educate the voter before the May 21st election. Staff cannot intentionally influence the voter or suggest they should vote for or against the ballot measure, but we can and intend to provide as much objective information as possible to Wilsonville voters. Information that is thorough yet straightforward so the Wilsonville electorate can cast an informed vote in May. Staff feels confident in our due diligence and in our messaging to the public. We feel urban renewal is the right tool to bring the community's vision for Wilsonville Town Center into reality. Tonight, staff recommends that the council take the next step in our thorough and well-documented process and adopt Resolution 3099. And at this time, I welcome your thoughts, questions, and discussion before your vote. Thank you.
Matt, thank you for that excellent presentation. I really appreciate the way you brought in the visuals and captured mountains of reports. If we printed all of that out and stacked it up, it would probably be 6 feet tall. So thank you very much. Council, do you have, I think what we want to do here is I will be asking for a motion and a second and then having discussion. Before I do that, does anybody have a clarifying question for Matt? Okay. Seeing none, then I would like to ask for a motion to adopt resolution number 3099, Council President Aukervall.
I actually do have a clarifying question.
Oh, you have a clarifying
That's
question.
good.
Okay.
I'm curious, have we heard any input from task force members on this item in the most recent days?
Nothing in the most recent days.
Okay.
Yeah, Council President Aukervall, as a member of the task force, we did get some input from you on the ballot language, which we incorporated. But no, I've bumped into a few of them and they've said, what's the word, but no further input.
Okay. I knew that some of them have been following it closely and wondered if you had anything to share additional. Thank you. And I guess I would like to make a motion unless there's other.
And
I'll
we
raise my hand for that too.
We certainly will discuss it in this discussion period. So
yes,
please, if you would like to make the motion, Council President Aukervall.
Okay, I move to adopt resolution number 3099.
Is there a second?
I second it.
The motion has been made by Council President Aukervall and seconded by Councilor Berry to adopt resolution 3099. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
I feel tremendously excited at this moment because I think reflecting back on what the West Side and the year 2000 urban renewal plans, what those have meant for the city and how much they have shaped the city, it's quite remarkable. And here we are perhaps at that cusp again. I think that the town center plan presents tremendous opportunity. And here is a chance to realize, some of those dreams that were laid out in that town center plan. And I guess seems a little sentimental, but these plans take a long time to enact, and it will be a long time before what we see built in the core of our city, resembles what the plan has laid out. But considering all of that, I think back to my conversation with the second graders at Lowry and what they describe as wanting from their city. And I see a lot of those elements in the town center plan, and I feel like this could potentially be a pathway to get there. And I think it's a pathway to get there in a way that's healthy for the city. And I guess all of those things bring me to a point of excitement about this, and anticipation, and just great hope that our city sees these things in a similar way.
Thank you very much. And I see, do I have other questions? Other comments? Councilor Linville.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wanted to just forward my congratulations to the committee for all of their work. Matt, for your leadership, and Council President Ockervall for your leadership in the work that has been done to get the to this point. It's not been just a small amount of work. And I'm excited as well, because I think through this plan, we may not see all of the pieces come to fruition, but we will have set, I think, in motion what our citizens have envisioned for quite some time. So I'm just excited about it as well. I think we need to be sure that our citizens know that this is not a tax. This is not going to, that it's our taxing agencies that have been willing to forego the revenue, and which is a great sacrifice, but for our city. And so congratulations. I think it's a great move for us.
Thank you. Councilor Berry.
I'd like to echo everything that Council President Ackervall and Council Linville had just said. I think that the staff has done a really good job educating the council about all the work that's gone into this vision and the planning, and that it is not a new tax. It's taking money aside and then inputting it so that we can build a better future, and that eventually it will bring more revenue to the city. I just think it's a really great opportunity, and everybody's done a really good job. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. And with all of those inspiring statements, I am very inspired myself. I'm going to take a slight sidestep and read some technical language, because in the staff report, in the executive summary, I just think urban renewal is something that not everybody walks around talking about. So I just want to give it one little more moment on the stage. And this is from our staff report. Just to recap, that urban renewal, also known as tax increment financing, or TIF, is a public finance tool used by cities and counties to cure, quote, blight, unquote, by supporting new development and redevelopment through through the investment of tax increment within a defined geographic area. When a new urban renewal area is established, a boundary is defined and the tax revenue derived from the assessed value of properties within that boundary is frozen in time. Taxing districts receive the same annual tax revenue from the properties within the boundary for the duration of the urban renewal plan that governs the urban renewal area, often 20 to 30 plus years. As assessed value typically increases year to year, and that has been seen by the charts that Matt just showed me, those graphs. As the assessed value typically increases year to year, and as a new development and redevelopment create new assessed value within the urban renewal area, the associated tax dollars, known as the tax increment, are divided from the frozen base and set aside for urban renewal. The tax increment funds are used to pay for public projects and other programs that spur new development and the overall revitalization of the urban renewal area. So the thing that I take away from that is, as we walk around that town center area, drive around, ride bikes, and you can envision these streets that we saw in the diagrams and that you will be able to see on a new website that I think is ready to go. Matt, is that ready to go yet?
The language contained on the site still needs to be reviewed by the Elections Division of the Secretary of State's office, but it is, I would say, effectively ready for showtime otherwise.
Soon we will have a great website that shows a lot of the things that Matt just described. But as you envision, as I think about a developer considering building a building or buying one of these buildings and redeveloping them, the idea that the urban renewal tax increment financing tool that we are just about to vote on will give them essentially what can be considered a head start on that by getting some of those streets, infrastructure, water, sewer started, so that there's a lot more impetus and reason to jump in and do that development. If we didn't have this, I think we'd be waiting a very long time, as we've heard from our neighboring cities and as we've heard about the cost of projects. So I think this is a great time for this, and thank you to the members of the Urban Renewal Committee for all of their work, which is a cross-section of industry, retail, our neighboring agencies, such and our schools, fire department, and so forth. So with that, if there are no other comments, I will call for the vote.
The last comment is one of the reasons why I'm so impressed is that Wilsonville has had several projects. I mean, like Matt had showed, that we've had successful urban renewal projects, and that just makes me feel like we have a great track record, and that helps us go forward in the future.
Thank you very much. Well, seeing no further comments, I will call for the vote. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. All right, that brings us to our public hearing, and I would like to ask if we could have about a 3-minute break.
Mayor, we're not on public hearing yet. We're on continuing business.
Oh, we're on continuing business.
But you can still do a break if you want.
Could we have a 3-minute break, please, and reconvene at let's say 9:27. Continuing business. Five PM was a while ago. All right, we have, I think we can reconvening our meeting. Thank you again, Council President Ockerville, again for leading the Urban Renewal Task Force. And that brings us to continuing business. This will be the second reading of ordinance number 888. Will the city attorney please read the ordinance?
This is the second reading of ordinance number 888, an ordinance of the city of Wilsonville to adopt the 2023 wastewater treatment plant master plan as a sub-element to the city of Wilsonville comprehensive plan and the wastewater treatment plant capital improvement project list.
Thank you. And because we had a detailed staff report at the last meeting, we're not doing that today, right? And I did not
Correct.
attend that meeting, but I watched the meeting and read all the material. I call to order the Wilsonville City Council second reading on ordinance number 888 as has been read. Does any member of the council have any questions for staff or the city attorney on ordinance number 888? Hearing no questions, do I have a motion on ordinance number 888?
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 888 on second reading.
Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Councillor Linville has moved and Councillor Berry has seconded to adopt ordinance number 888 on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay, I will just add, because I was ill, not able to attend the last meeting, but I will reiterate some of the comments I heard, which was which I agree, this is a very significant study and look at our wastewater treatment to develop which basically has developed a 2023 wastewater treatment master plan. And it is really a hugely important part of the health and future of our growing city. And it's a very comprehensive and thorough report that had the involvement of our planning commission, our city council, and many experts. So I am in favor of this master plan. And I'm going to ask you again, is there any further discussion or are there any further discussion or remarks by any member of the council before I call for the vote? Hearing no further discussion or commentary, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no, and those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will now call the roll.
Counselor Berry,
Aye.
Counselor Linville,
Aye.
Council President Akkerval,
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald,
Aye.
and Counselor Dunwell is excused.
The motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Now we will go to public hearing. And will the city attorney please read ordinance number 886?
Yes, and Mayor, as is typical of these ordinances, I will read both of them, both titles, but you will vote on them separately on first reading.
Yes. And before you start, should I read this thing aloud or?
Let me do the title first and then you
Okay.
can. Yep. This is the first reading of ordinance number 886, an ordinance of the city of Wilsonville annexing approximately 5 acres of property located at 7252 Southwest Frog Pond Lane for development of a 17-lot residential subdivision. And this is the first reading of ordinance number 887, an ordinance of the city of Wilsonville approving a zone map amendment from the Clackamas County Rural Residential Farm Forest 5-acre RRFF-5 zone to the residential neighborhood RN zone on approximately 5 acres located at 7252 Southwest Frog Pond Lane for development of a 17-lot residential subdivision.
I call to order the public hearing regarding ordinance numbers 886 and 887 on first reading. And as you see on the screen, for this public hearing, you can go to Zoom and click join a meeting and enter webinar ID number 815-3605-6468. Please use the hand feature if you'd like to speak, or you can call this number on the screen, 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID number 815-3605-6468, and press *9 if you would like to speak, or you may email cityrecorder@ci.wilsonville.or.us. Do any members of the city council wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest, or report any ex parte contact or any information gained outside of the hearing?
No.
No. Have all members familiarized themselves with the application?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the city council? And do we?
No one is raising their hand.
Pardon me?
No one is raising their hand.
We have no one raising their hand. For all those, and I read the material about, for all those wishing to testify, as I described on the ways of contacting, please be aware that failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford this city council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, LUBA, based on that issue. Testimony and evidence must be directed toward the criteria that staff will describe or other criteria in the plan or land use regulation which you believe apply to the decision. City council meetings are open to the public. The meeting may also be attended remotely in accordance with Oregon law. Information regarding how the public can attend this meeting remotely and give testimony is posted at City Hall and on the city's website. Notice was given that testimony could be submitted for the record in advance in writing by emailing it or mailing it to the city recorder. Testimony may be submitted in writing at any time prior to the closure of the public hearing. Once the public hearing is closed, no further testimony in any form will be accepted. If you want to provide, and I already described how you can provide public testimony, and it's shown on the screen right here. When called upon to testify, state your full name and address for the record. I request from those providing testimony not to repeat testimony that has already been given to the city council, simply indicating you agree with the prior testimony given by a speaker you identify is sufficient. At this time, I call for staff to present the proposal and list the applicable substantive approval criteria.
Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and councilors. My name is Cindy Luxhoy, Associate Planner, and I'm here tonight to present for your review ordinance numbers 886 and 887, which are an annexation and zone map amendment for the Frog Pond Cottage Park Place 17-lot subdivision. As required by statute, I would announce that the applicable review criteria for ordinance number 886 are included on page 2 of the annexation findings in Exhibit C of Attachment 1 of the Council Staff Report. Review criteria for ordinance number 887 are on page 2 of the Zone Map Amendment findings in Exhibit B of Attachment 2 of the Council Staff Report. The proposed 17-lot subdivision is the 12th development proposal in Frog Pond West. The subdivision will connect to the previously approved Frog Pond Overlook subdivision to the north and Morgan Farm subdivision to the south, blending together as one cohesive neighborhood consistent with the Frog Pond West master plan. The subject property is located at 7252 Southwest Frog Pond Lane. The property is bordered on the north and south by land that has already been annexed to the city with other subdivision projects, including the Southwest Frog Pond Lane and Southwest Brisbane Street rights-of-way. Properties to the east and west of the subject site are in unincorporated Clackamas County. The subject property is located in Clackamas County and zoned rural residential farm forest 5-acre. The property proposed for annexation includes tax lots 1200 and 1300. The property is contiguous to land currently in the city, within the urban growth boundary and master planned for residential development. All property owners and a majority of electors have consented in writing to the annexation, and as a result, council is able to move forward with annexing the property. The proposed zone map amendment is to rezone tax lots 1200 and 1300 from Clackamas County Rural Residential Farm Forest 5-acre to the city's residential neighborhood zone. The rezone is consistent with the comprehensive plan map designation of residential neighborhood, as well as with the Frog Pond West master plan. On January 8th, 2024, Development Review Board Panel A recommended to City Council approval of the proposed annexation and zone map amendment by resolution number 425. At the January 8th meeting, the DRB also approved with conditions a Stage 1 preliminary plan, Stage 2 final plan, site design review of parks and open space, tentative subdivision plat, Type C tree removal plan, middle housing land division, and waiver for the proposed subdivision. Approval of these requests is contingent on City Council approval of the annexation and zone map amendment before you tonight. Based on the information presented, staff recommends approval of the annexation and zone map amendment requests. This concludes tonight's presentation by staff. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. The applicant's representative is also participating in tonight's meeting and is available to answer questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Does the city attorney have any questions or comments to add to this?
No comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to make a statement or offer any additional information? Oh, I think you're muted, even though it doesn't show mute.
How about now?
There you go. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I am Glenn Sutherland. I'm a land use planner at AKS Engineering and Forestry, and our address is 12965 Southwest Herman Road, Suite 100, Tualatin, Oregon 97062. I have a presentation prepared, but I don't think that there's really anything that I could add. Staff did a great job presenting the property and issues at hand, but I am open if you have any questions.
We did have this material ahead of time. Everyone read it. As you said, I really appreciate you coming to our meeting, Glenn. It's always really great to have the applicant here for questions.
Thank you
But-
for having me.
Well, thank you. It looks like we don't have any questions. Thank you for the thorough report. Is there anyone in the Zoom call wanting to testify or phone or anything of that nature?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Hearing no further testimony and everyone having no one wishing to testify further, I hereby declare this public hearing is closed at 9:42 p.m. on January 18th, 2024. I'm now going to ask for a vote on ordinance number 886.
I think you'd like to have a motion.
I'm sorry. You know what? I've been doing this since 5 p.m. We all have.
That's why we're here to support you.
Let's start with a motion. Okay. Could I have a motion on ordinance number 886? Counselor Berry, would you like to make the motion? Wait,
Oh, no.
I think she just disappeared. Well, I'm afraid to ask for anyone else. They might disappear. Okay,
I will make the motion.
thank you.
Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance number 886 on first reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion to adopt ordinance number 886 on first reading has been made by Councilor Linville and seconded by Council President Aukervall. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. May I have a motion on ordinance number 887, please?
I will do that. I will make that motion. Your Honor, I move to adopt ordinance 887 on first reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been made by Councilor Linville and seconded by Council President Aukervall to adopt ordinance number 887. I'm going to pause for a minute. Councilor Berry, I have a bit of a weak connection here, and I think your connection dropped out for a minute, but we have had a motion by Councilor Linville, seconded by Councilor Aukervall to adopt ordinance number 887 on first reading. And I'm now calling for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. And that brings us to city manager's business.
Nothing tonight, Your Honor.
All right, legal business?
Yes, Mayor, apologies. But since we did have a discussion about the having a special work session for term limits, and I know our calendars are pretty busy in February, I'm hoping that maybe I could get some dates from counselors that and you, Mayor, that would maybe work for that special work session.
Yes.
So our next meeting is February 22nd. So I believe Mayor, when are you returning to the States?
On the 19th.
So it may be best to try and do it the week of the 29th of January 29th.
I was just gonna ask that. I would rather do this in January.
So, how do people's calendars look? I know, the nice thing is that week is a 5th week, so we actually don't have a, DRB meeting that Monday. So from a city staff perspective, that Monday would be fine. Actually, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday would be fine for me, evening.
Okay, those 3 dates happen to work for me. Anyone else?
Which days are these?
That'd be the Monday, the 29th, Tuesday, the 30th, or Wednesday, the 31st. I think we may have a preference for the 29th.
Your Honor, I have, I am free on the 29th. The 30th, I have the Aurora Airport PAC meeting from 5 to 7.
Okay.
But I could do an evening meeting on the 31st as long as it's 5 or after.
Okay. Thank you. How does that look for you, Council President Akkerval and Councilor Berry?
So I lost some of the audio. We're talking about having a meeting about the trip to Japan.
No, this
No.
is this is a special work session to continue our conversation on the term limits.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we have a preference I'm wondering for you and Council President Akkerval, how does the evening, and it could be 5, again, we'll figure out the time, but how is after 5 on the 29th?
That works for me.
Okay. That looks like it's the selection. Thank you. And
Okay, we will get that planned then.
I do appreciate some doing that sooner than later while it's all fresh in our minds. Any other legal business?
That's it for tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
I am adjourning the meeting at 9:48 p.m.